that some of them are decontamination tents because some of those divers having to go in these very murky waters, but there's a lot of debris there along with jet fuel. And you got to think about the water right now, very cold this time of the year, icy, and some of those depths reach about 18 feet down there along the Potomac there. So very hard to navigate. And as we heard from the fire chief in DC, said that it's extremely rough. And keep in mind, this happened hours ago, so people have been working around the clock for this. Now I'll talk about some of the agencies that are out here. We know Airport Fire, DC Police, of course, the Park Service. In total, about 300 responders working all over, and they are requesting more help through local and state federal agencies. So CBS News reporting right now that there are 19 bodies that have been recovered. We've spoken to some of those waiting at DCA. No names released yet or confirmed at this time, but we do know from the U.S. Figure Skating Organization that they've confirmed there were members on board the plane. And I'll go briefly over the statement that they released. They said that they can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly on board American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with the helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. And we are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. As we mentioned earlier, the president is aware of this. President Trump has made a statement on this, and we will talk about just that number briefly for those who are hearing about this, wondering if their friends or families might be affected. It's 1-800-679-8215. Again, at this point, NTSB on the scene investigating. We're going to be looking forward to hear what they have to say later today. There is going to be a press briefing later on this morning because we know right now that the airport is diverting all flights, and flights may resume at 11 a.m., but we'll figure out those details and update you. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn reporting live. Jacqueline mentioned the president was informed. He was informed, and he said he was fully briefed on this tragedy, quoting, "May God bless their souls." We're going to share that statement in just a bit. But right now, let's take you back out to Reagan National Airport, where our Marcella Robertson is standing by. Marcella, we know that right now flights have been paused until at least 11 o'clock this morning. That's both outgoing and incoming. How are things looking right now where you are?
Yeah, Annie, we're at a different vantage point, again, outside of the airport now. I can tell you things are very quiet. As you mentioned, a complete standstill, no flights in or out of the airport until about 11 o'clock this morning at the very earliest. I do want to mention how quiet it is out here in a typically very busy airport. Really just gives you a sense of the scope of these rescue efforts, the scope of this tragedy that we are dealing with. And you can see here behind me, it is very hard to see because it is back in the distance, but we see boats, rescue boats. We see a lot of first responders, their lights. We have seen a helicopter go back and forth. Again, you heard from officials just after midnight this morning, and they say their priority here is to find any signs of life, find any survivors, and these rescue efforts still continue this morning. Of course, it is still dark. It is cold. These first responders are up against some very difficult and tough conditions, but as the sun comes up in just a little bit, we should get a better look and better sense of exactly what we are dealing with here. I do want to mention when this crash happened, again, this mid-air collision between an American Airlines commercial jet and a military helicopter. When this happened, there were 19 other flights in the air at the time. We are told those were diverted to Dulles International Airport. Others that had just landed or were able to land, we did talk to some of those passengers. Some of them were already in the airport and they saw all of this unfold. We're not exactly sure what it was, but take a listen.
Just looked like a lightning bolt, like a very bright lightning bolt, and then it was just like smoke, and then everything just cleared, and like we heard it, like it sounded like just like a little impact. It didn't really sound too heavy, but by the time we went downstairs and I went outside to go check, because I had to worry about my team, when I went outside to go check, it was just like pure chaos, and like all of the smoke just disappeared so fast. So kind of let you know that whatever it was ended up hitting the water, because there wasn't any smoke after that.
Yeah, and again, a really difficult time. If you could imagine, we've all been there. We've come to pick up loved ones at the airport. no one expects something like this to happen. I can tell you that family members are inside an airport lounge right now, of course, waiting for any updates on their family members or loved ones. We are expecting another press conference from officials at about 7:30, so in just about 2 hours, and we'll be sure to bring you the very latest live as we get it.
Marcella, we've all waited to pick people up, and often we go to that Flight Aware site just to put in the number of the plane and when it's arriving. And when I did that just out of curiosity, because we were talking about how close they were to landing, like seconds away, and it appeared that at 9:03 at gate E53, that's where those folks would have just walked off and back into their normal lives. And we know that alert came in at 8:48. To think about that time disparity, it is so heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry that we cut Marcella off there. I wanted to hear what she had to say about that. But turning to you, Annie, and Wisdom, just to think about that time, and,
Sure.
and we've all been there, that short amount of time is just adds another layer of devastation onto an
unimaginable tragedy at this point.
That's right. So 60 passengers, 4 crew on board that flight 5342 and 3 on board that military helicopter. Now, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. The Potomac River was frozen as recently as last week. Jonathan joins us now to walk through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. We know it was about 8 feet of water where those aircraft went down as well.
Yeah, and as you were talking about, I was on the Flight Aware site as well, checking out the path of the flight and just seeing, the words canceled there. And of course, we know what happened here for the flight number. It's just absolutely heart-wrenching. So now we are getting into kind of the search and rescue, are actually still undergoing, and probably for days we'll be undergoing the search and rescue portion of all of this. And this is really what we're concerned about, is that water temperature. As Allison mentioned, folks were ice skating on the Potomac River just several days ago. Here, right where the Anacostia and the Potomac meet, very rough currents, and on top of that, water temperatures right now easily hypothermic, if not lethal, within an hour or so's time. So again, the water temperature at the Potomac River buoy, 36, Buzzard Point, we're at 42. Either way, within about 15 to 30 minutes spent in this water unprotected, you can undergo hypothermia and then eventually the potential of fatality within, give or take, about an hour. Now, again, where this went down, this crash happened over the Potomac River, about 400 feet up or so, somewhere in that kind of main idea. And it's only about a mile of water. But again, as this helicopter took off from Port Belvoir and then unfortunately got into this interaction with the aircraft, this was going about 140 miles an hour. Now, the flight conditions looked okay. Still some gusty winds, clear skies. But again, there's going to be a lot of investigation going on here as to, in fact, actually what happened. But very harsh conditions for the rescue this morning.
Jonathan, thanks. And Jonathan, I just want to quickly ask you, the DC Fire and EMS chief referred to just like the complex situation that they're dealing with and the conditions of the wind, the cold, the murky water below. I know they were waiting for some daylight. What time is sunrise today? Is it sometime around just after like 7:15?
Yeah, right around 7 o'clock. So that's when, unfortunately, things will get light for us here. So we'll have some better conditions on top of the water. And I know, actually, I'm a certified scuba diver as well. So I know that when you have these murky conditions with, a lot of algae, et cetera, a lot of currents, very hard to see straight ahead of you. So especially in the darkness, a very, very tough place to have to do these search and rescue operations. And again, very varying amounts of water, I'm sure, right around the shipping channel, about 36 feet on the east side of the river. I'm sure the water is very murky and kind of stirred up there. Again, as you mentioned, that water about 5 to 15 feet in depth where they're doing the search now.
Just extremely rough conditions for our first responders, of course.
And jet fuel as well.
Thinking of them and praying for everyone involved. Thanks, Jonathan.
Sure.
5:45 is our time now on this Thursday morning. Stick with us as this breaking situation unfolds near Reagan National Airport, and we are continuing to learn more information.
For updates anytime, download the WSA 9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back. 5:48 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. And right now, more than a dozen bodies have been recovered. We have no reports of any survivors, but that's not stopping search efforts that are underway right now at the Potomac River. Randy Ayala joins us now live from the Washington Sailing Marina with an update on where things stand at this hour. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. For the first time this morning, the helicopter that has been circling this area finally stopped here. I want to show you what we're seeing from our vantage point here. So direct your attention all the way between these red lights here. That's the traffic control tower. And then when we pan right, you see the runway there. You see all those flashing lights there off to the side. That's where crews have been focusing their rescue efforts since last night, really. So those efforts are ongoing, and we know terrible and really, really tough conditions to try to get to the victims of this crash. We know at one point 300 rescuers were on the water. Now the water temp has been in the low 40s, the wind making waves on the water, so that just makes visibility even harder, really in the dark, next to impossible. We're hoping to get a better view of what we're dealing with once the sun comes up here. Rescue boats, though, we saw with huge spotlights were called to shine light on the water so they could see what they were looking for. We heard from DC Fire Rescue Chief John Donnelly, and he told us what this rescue operation was like. Take a listen. All right, looks like there's an issue with that soundbite there, but we heard from the chief there. We heard from Mayor Bowser early this morning, expecting more details to come out around 7:30 this morning. It looks like the helicopter, I hear it right now, it's coming back, circling back. It's been circling since I got here early this morning as the search and rescue efforts continue. But that's the latest for now. We'll keep you posted when we learn more. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thank you so much, Randy. Stay with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with our still developing story.
are just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people aboard from Wichita, Kansas, collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. We want to check in with our Jess Arnold right now, who is in the newsroom gathering information. Jess, we understand that we have a statement from the CEO of American Airlines.
Yeah, that's correct. He put that out overnight. Is heading to D.C. You know that American Airlines CEO Robert Isom is on his way here right now. Last night, he put out this video message. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Again, that was American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. He is heading to D.C. as part of this response to the devastating crash. We're going to work to catch up with Isom once he arrives. Annie.
All right, Jess Arnold with the latest from American Airlines at this hour. We're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, we'll have team coverage from the search and rescue efforts underway in the Potomac River, how flights from D.C. have been affected as well, and also how officials are responding to all of this. Stick with us. We are staying on top of a major breaking news story near Reagan National Airport. A massive search and rescue operation underway right now after a passenger plane collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, crashing into the Potomac River below. This was just before 9 o'clock last night.
Now, we do have video of that midair collision, but again, we're talking about human lives here, so we do want to warn you that this might be incredibly difficult to watch. We have that moment of impact. Take a look at your screen. You can see the collision right here. You see a plane flying overhead. That's another plane there, but you'll see these two lights come together, and soon that'll there you go, explode right there into that fireball before hitting the water below the Potomac River. On this video is from EarthCam, and we've been getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long. But here's what we know for sure so far.
Now, we're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the plane went down. Right now, CBS News is reporting that 19 bodies have been pulled from the water. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas. It was an American Eagle flight operated by American Airlines Flight number 5342. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport, and according to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight.
We want to show you now some photos of the crash debris there. We're looking at the remnants, the debris from the actual jet that collided with the Black Hawk helicopter. You can see the top of it there with, of course, first responders. We understand there are hundreds, in fact, 300 is what the DC Fire and EMS chief referred to, 300 responders on the scene of what is obviously a difficult task, especially with the conditions of the weather coming into play. We had wind, choppy water, the cold, frigid temperature, but also they're waiting for some daylight because that water is incredibly murky, and they just need some of that daylight. And Jonathan mentioned that sunrise should be just after 7 o'clock this morning, around 7:16. But it's been 9 hours now.
Right.
Since this occurred, and our first responders working hard.
Yeah, and in addition to the first responders, they're also getting some assistance from the state of Maryland. Governor Westmore talked about that. Governor Glenn Youngkin talked about Virginia jumping in to assist. Baltimore is also lending a hand in support. Several agencies coming together because they recognize the monumental task that is at hand right here. So we know that the NTSB is in charge of the investigation. The Army is underneath the NTSB. And the reason that it works that way is because it's civilians involved. And that's why NTSB is leading this investigation at this point.
Of course, the Coast Guard is involved as well with all of the first responders there. And we have team coverage of our own this morning as we work to piece together what went wrong, what happened here. Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, all on top of this story for you.
We want to start this morning with Jacqueline Quinn, who is live at the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters, helicopter pier in Southeast DC, where crews are searching for victims. Good morning.
Good morning. What a vantage point we really have right now, because we can see just how large this operation is. Now, this is where DC Police's helicopter lives and breathes, but you can see the extended operations going around this area right now. So I can talk to you a little bit about what that is. And so if you pan over to the area with the green crane, that's where the water is. So the boats are coming in and out of this area. And as we understand it right now, they are working to recover the bodies. They've recovered the bodies, and the bodies are in this area, and as well as debris. And if we pan over here to the side, you can see the lights, the flashing lights here. We still have a mass casualty, a response here potentially to take a high number or volume of patients to the hospital, but it's also there to help some of the first responders as a resource as well. And then all the way down here to my right, some of the tents here, decontamination tents for some of those divers, because you think about all the debris that's in the water, very murky at this time, very cold, rough conditions according to the DC Fire Chief, who told us, it's been hours now that crews have been out there, and in some parts of the Potomac, it's about 18 feet deep. So we have hundreds of responders out here working all over the area, and still, as we understand it, a request for more local and state federal agencies to come out here and help. And so far, according to CBS News, they've reported that there are 19 bodies that have been recovered, and we have spoken to some of those at DCA, waiting to find out who those identities, what's happening with their loved ones and friends. But we do know that the U.S. Figure Skating Organization has confirmed there were members on board that plane, and I'll go over briefly their statement. It said that they can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with the helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Now, they are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. As we're out here, we know that NTSB is on the scene. They're investigating this. We're waiting to learn the latest updates as is everyone else. And we also know that the president has been made aware of this. He's issued a statement. In the meantime, for a lot of people who are still learning about this, we do have a phone number for you. It's 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215 for those who are concerned that they may know someone aboard that flight. Again, this is under investigation, and as this is going on, we know that the flights are being diverted because, of course, this is a massive operation out here to recover some of those victims. The airport continues to be closed until 11 a.m. today. There is a press briefing coming up at 7:30 where we're hoping to find out the latest details, whether that's going to stay in place. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn, thank you very much. Let's get out to Marcella Robertson right now to continue our team coverage. She is at outside of Reagan National Airport this morning with the very latest there. Good morning to you, Marcella.
Yeah, Wisdom, good morning to you. You know, kind of a really surreal situation out here to see the airport and the roads around the airport this quiet. Typically, we know this is a very busy airport, really no matter what time of day, and that is just not the case. The terminals are empty, the roads are empty here as well, and I can tell you that things are at a standstill until at least 11 o'clock this morning. We'll, of course, keep you updated if that changes, but you can see behind me kind of the scope of what we're dealing with. This is a huge, massive rescue mission still underway after, as you said, 9 hours after this mid-air collision between American Airlines regional jet and a military helicopter happened. We have seen boats still in the water this morning, a helicopter, which is really the only thing in the air that we're hearing here, which is also very strange and not typical, but just that rescue helicopter circling around and around and around. Still hundreds of first responders in the background here as well as they work to hopefully find any sign of life here. But as CBS News has reported, 19 bodies have been recovered so far. I do want to tell you that when that crash happened, there were 19 other flights that were in the air at the time. They were all diverted to Dulles International Airport, but some people had already landed and they actually saw all of this unfold. Here's what they had to say. Take a listen.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
So very difficult for those people as well. Something else I want to mention here too, important for traffic. If you're in and around this area too, you cannot exit to the airport on Boundary Channel if you're coming 395 northbound, and you can also not access the airport access road off of Richmond Highway. So keep that in mind. We'll let you know when that changes. But I really do want to mention we're expecting that press conference from officials at 7:30. Families are being held in one of the airport lounges inside the airport here, and really important to remember how sensitive this situation is, and really difficult to imagine what they are going through as they wait for answers about their loved ones and answers about how this all could have happened in the first place. Back to you.
Just unimaginable. And Marcella, I know we got cut off before, but just looking at the time, just moments before those people were to deplane and meet their loved ones, and in this tragedy. So you being there and just speaking to the somber mood, it just really hits home just how tragic this situation really is. We appreciate your reports, and we will rejoin you shortly. Thank you so much.
6:07 is the time right now. Now we know it's been dangerously cold this month, and the Potomac River was frozen as recently as last week. And Jonathan's back now to walk us through the conditions that the victims and emergency response crews are dealing with at the moment. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, if this happened about a week ago, it'd be even worse, unfortunately. But again, temperatures in the air, at least right now, as you see in the corner of your screen, they're in the mid-30s. The sun is going to be coming up around 7:15, so that's going to help things out. At least the water temperatures aren't below freezing at this point. If you remember, the river was ice covered this time last week. And we had temperatures in the air in the teens and low 20s. So I guess somewhat of an improvement. But unfortunately for these folks involved in the search and rescue, and they're going to be involved in this for not only hours, but likely days. Water temperatures right now at the Potomac River buoy, which is right near the tidal basin area. Water temperature just above freezing. Buzzard Point not far away at about 42 degrees. And there's where Reagan National is, and of course the site of the collision. Now, it isn't impossible to dive in these types of waters. These folks that are out there, these heroes really at this point that are doing the search and rescue, likely they're diving with a dry suit. Now, that will keep you totally dry and of course prevents that risk of hypothermia as well as that cold-related illness. Very interestingly, these will keep you dry with a waterproof zipper, tight seals around the wrists and the neck. And then on top of that, they're bundled up in diving gloves, caps, socks, diving boots, and shoes. That doesn't mean that they still don't have to deal with these very rough currents as well as the darkness that has been obviously going on since the collision. So things hopefully improving as we head through the next few hours, at least as we get a better view of this with the sun coming up.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Right now, though, we want to get back over to Lindsay Nance to go over some traffic issues. This is causing some road closures so those crews can do their work.
Right, Allison. So our biggest piece of advice to you this morning is to clear the way for those search and rescue crews, as they do have a very long morning ahead and a long few days ahead. So areas with the most impact going to be around the Potomac River in Southwest as well as in Arlington. Marcella just gave you some great information about some of those road closures that we do have in Arlington. I just want to reiterate those for you. So Reagan National Airport, again, closed down until at least 11 a.m. this morning. So are those access ramps. GW Parkway towards Reagan National completely closed, as well as Route 1 Richmond Highway towards that airport access road. And then in Southwest, this is really where the heart of the rescue is going on right now. So I would definitely steer clear of Southwest around Potomac Avenue, South Capitol Street, that entire area right around Audi Field. I'll have your detours around these closures coming up a little bit later on.
If you can find another route or just avoid it altogether, that's the idea here. Lindsay, thanks for that update. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to unfold.
For updates anytime, you can download the WUSA 9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WUSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back.
6:13 is the time right now. We're still following this breaking news about this mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while landing at Reagan National Airport. This is a live look at the scene right now. Hundreds of first responders continue their search and rescue efforts. This is a heartbreaking situation that has grabbed international attention. So we want to walk you through some reaction right now. This is from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She says, this is on X. Tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. Also on Truth Social, President Trump, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. And then Kansas Governor Laura Kelly, I'm aware that the plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I'm actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved. I will share more information as it becomes available. And then finally, let's talk about this because this is Lily Wu. She is the mayor in Wichita. By the way, they're having a news conference this morning at 8 a.m. their time. Mayor Wu says, though, at noon, they're having a prayer service for the victims.
Wisdom, thank you so much for that. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop this morning.
Ahead, we're taking you live to the Washington Sailing Marina to see where search and rescue efforts stand at this time. We'll be right back.
It is 6:17 as we continue to follow this mid-air collision just moments away from landing, an American Airlines flight landing at Reagan National Airport. And as the rescue efforts continue now, questions are being raised this morning about aviation safety. And we want to bring in Jess Arnold for some context here. And Jess, President Donald Trump just issued an executive order just about a week ago related to flight safety.
Yeah, that's right, Allison. President Trump signed the Keeping America Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. Now, this order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. Now, we've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it had reached its hiring goal for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. Now, that shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. Now, it already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Still, we know 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights are not set to start until March.
Jess Arnold, thanks for that. We're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news situation near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, our chief investigative reporter explains what air traffic control knew just moments before the plane and helicopter crashed midair. Stay with us.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are following major breaking news out of Reagan National Airport. A plane carrying 60 people and 4 crew members crashed in midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
With 3 soldiers on board that Black Hawk. We know that flight was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and that helicopter was flying for a training mission.
At this hour, we can tell you 19 bodies. That number was upgraded to 19 not too long ago, verified by CBS News. 19 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River, and right now there are no reports of survivors.
The airport is closed until at least 11 this morning. Let's bring in our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, right now. And Eric, you've got audio recordings from inside air traffic control.
And Wisdom, just look at how much was going on around Ronald Reagan National Airport at the time of this midair collision, which happened right there, just over the Potomac and just feet from the landing strip there at Reagan National Airport. Many questions will revolve around communication. What did air traffic control know, and when did they know it?
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 3217.
"Oh my God," the stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half-mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
This is that flight path from Wichita, Kansas to Ronald Reagan National Airport right there in Washington, D.C. Some might wonder if this flight had anything to do with the debate in Congress you might have heard about last year over adding new flights to DCA's already busy schedule, a schedule so packed some argued it led to multiple near-miss mid-air collisions. We can confirm that this flight was separate from the 5 new flights added to Reagan National in last year's FAA Reauthorization Act. Those routes do not appear to be operational yet. But guys, all of this and this tragedy late last night, obviously going to put a huge microscope, a huge spotlight on what people have said have been an issue for years. Too many flights out of Reagan National.
And to your point, Flack, experts weighing in that, yes, a lot of things can go wrong when you have so many aircrafts coming in such a tight airspace.
And in this case, a military aircraft,
Right.
many military aircrafts in our area.
Yeah.
Flack, thank you very much. Let's head on over to Jonathan Myers now. He's been letting us know about conditions in the Potomac, but also taking a look at what you'll expect today.
Yeah, and as you step out the door this morning, temperatures going to be in the 30s, rising through the 40s to around 50 this afternoon. Not as windy, so that's better for cleanup efforts. But unfortunately, we do have some rain on the way for tomorrow with a weather impact alert. Of course, we're going to get into that over the next several hours, and of course, the continuing coverage of the plane accident this morning. Linz?
We've also got road closures that are being impacted around Arlington as well as in Southwest. So all ramps from GW Parkway to Reagan National Airport currently closed, as well as Route 1 towards the airport and Airport Access Road. Portions of Potomac Avenue, 2nd, 1st, Half Street, and V Street in Southwest also remain closed down due to that active search and rescue going on throughout the morning. We'll be right back.
Coming up on 6:30, if you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news out of Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger plane from Wichita, Kansas, crashed midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and landed in the Potomac River. This is a live look at the scene as hundreds of first responders continue search and rescue efforts.
And as I take in this shot of the nation's capital, you know, so much is going through our minds here in the DMV, but also across the country, because I am now getting messages from friends in other areas who are all watching this unfold right here in D.C. We want to go ahead and show you video of that crash, and we do want to warn you, it is incredibly difficult to watch. But if you look at the center of your screen there, you can see the big bright light coming and a fainter light in the back. And here is the moment of that midair collision. This is video from EarthCam. We have, of course, been getting updates from officials, local, federal, state level, emergency response crews all night long. But here is what we know so far.
We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the American Airlines Flight 5342 went down. We can tell you more than a dozen bodies have been recovered, and right now we have no reports of any survivors. We can also tell you that aboard that military helicopter there were 3 soldiers. The collision, midair collision, happened as that plane was trying to land just seconds away from landing at Reagan National Airport. And according to the Associated Press, that helicopter was a Black Hawk. It was conducting a training flight.
These are photos of the crash debris that you're looking at right now. And as we've spoken about throughout the morning, investigators, we spoke with a former NTSB investigator, and he was talking about how these pieces of wreckage will be crucial to the investigation to determine exactly why this accident happened, in addition to what was going on in the cockpit, in addition to the black box, plus what's going on in the control tower as well. All of those things are factors that the NTSB will look at and try to gather all this information, and the radar as well, because there's a flight path that goes along with the radar. All of these things that they will use to piece together what happened and try to figure out why this accident happened. At this point.
And that is the big question this morning. How did this happen? But of course, the focus remaining on the search and rescue efforts this morning. We've got team coverage for you all morning long as we continue to get updates and piece together exactly what happened here. Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and our chief investigative reporter Eric Flack are all on top of this story. We will get to them in just a moment.
First, though, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. Last month, it was in the teens, often in the morning. When we came on the air here at Get Up DC, the Potomac River was frozen. As recently as last week, we saw people, you know, enjoying some recreational sports on the Potomac. It's unimaginable, but Jonathan is here now to walk us through the conditions that the victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. You also shared that you're a certified scuba diver, so that perspective was very, very valuable.
Yeah, I'm actually PADI certified, which is basically recreationally certified. I can dive down to 40 feet. You know, I would never myself dive in these types of waters that you're seeing here. Of course, the extremely restricted visibilities, the extreme cold, and then the currents on top of everything else. We've got a couple of buoys and reporting sites nearby where the collision site is here near Reagan National. The Potomac River buoy reporting a current temperature in the water at 36, water temperature at 42 at Buzzard Point. So this is better than the sub-freezing temperatures in some cases that we had last week. But again, as we kind of know, water temperatures are slower to respond than air temperatures. Yesterday, air temperatures in the mid-60s. Of course, water temperature will come up a little, but not enough to make it safe to dive, especially without any protection. So these folks that are in the water right now doing the rescuing, doing the searching, they are in water far less than the recommendations for all of these precautions, which is under 50 degrees. They are diving with likely dry suits. It keeps a diver totally dry. It's got very tight seals around the wrists and the neck to disallow water from coming into the suit, unlike the suits that I would usually wear when I'm diving in the 70, 80 degree water, which are kind of short suits that keep you a little warm, but you still get very wet. These are waterproof. So waterproof zippers, tight seals around the wrists and the neck. So they are prepared. But again, they do have to take breaks, especially in some of these rougher waters and with these conditions that we have. Diving gloves, caps, socks, diving boots, shoes, really the whole gamut here involved in this very rough, unfortunately, rescue and search operation that's still going on. Thankfully, sunrise is at about 7:15 this morning, so hopefully that will at least improve some visibilities somewhat.
Heading over now towards this traffic impact alert that we are, of course, still following for you around Reagan National Airport and the Potomac River, as search and rescue efforts are underway right now and will be likely for the next few hours. So we do have road closures to report in the area for you in Arlington as well as in Southwest. You can see some of these flashing police lights off in the distance in Arlington around Route 1. Route 1 and GW Parkway are the two areas that I would avoid if I were you about to head out the door. So we have all of those on and off ramps on GW Parkway heading towards Reagan National Airport completely closed. It's going to stay that way most likely until at least 11 a.m. When we do have Reagan National Airport reopen. Until then, though, we have GW completely closed as well as Route 1 in Arlington completely closed around that airport access road. We've also got a host of closures in Southwest, really close by to where that search and rescue is taking place. I'll break these down for you coming up.
All righty, let's head out to Jacqueline Quinn. She is one of our reporters on this and team coverage. Jackie is live at the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter pier in Southeast. And Jackie, what have you learned from crews there?
Yeah, this is where the massive response staging area is right now. You can see all the lights behind me, but this is something else that we've learned. This is where they're bringing some of the bodies that they're finding, that they're storing them here, along with the debris that they are finding out there. So we have multiple agencies right now working on this. If you take a look over here by that green crane, that's near the water. That's where some of the boats are coming in. We are about 3 miles away from this crash site near Reagan Airport, but this is where all the agencies are teaming up here, so to speak. And then as you pan over here, you still see a lot of the lights. Earlier we had, as we understand it, there was a mass casualty bus that was ready to transport people. And then just to the distance over here to the right, some of the tents here set up to decontaminate some of the divers that are going into the water this time, because you know that there is not only just the debris, but the jet fuel that's in the water. So that's why that is set up. And the conditions very hard, difficult to get through. The DC Fire Chief earlier saying that it's extremely rough, and you think about it this time of the year, it's very cold, it can be murky, and the water is still moving down there, and you have all these crews now going down there. So I'll talk a little bit about the response. Multiple agencies, as we mentioned, Airport Fire, DC Police, the Park Service, totaling about 300 responders at one point. And there was a request for more help for local, state, and federal agencies. The latest that we have from CBS News reporting now that they've found at least 19 bodies. It looks like that's a number that is going to be continually be updated this morning. And we have spoken to some who are waiting at the airport, but they have not released any names or confirmed any names at this point. We've also heard from the U.S. Figure Skating Organization. They did confirm that there were members of their organization on board. I'll go over part of their statement. They said that they confirmed several members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. And they are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. Now, we know that President Trump is aware of this. He did issue a statement. And now we know that a lot of people are just hearing about this morning, wondering if maybe they know someone or they have friends and family members on board this flight. So we have a number that's 1-800-679-8215. I'll repeat it, 1-800-679-8215. That is to get information. We also know that NTSB has been on the scene. They're investigating this. We're waiting for updates, and there is going to be a press briefing later on this morning at 7:30 to update us. But as of right now, all flights are diverted, and you understand why. There's a massive operation going on, and those flights will be diverted at least until 11 a.m. We're hoping to understand perhaps if they're going to move back that time or if they're going to change it or any of those other details after this briefing that happens at 7:30 this morning. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
And you are correct about that. This is a massive operation, Jackie, and a highly complex operation as well. Thank you so much. Right now, we want to head back to Reagan National Airport, where we find our Marcella Robertson. Marcella, we understand that the flights are on pause, both incoming and outgoing, until at least 11 o'clock this morning. And looks like you're back inside the terminal to give us a new perspective. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, back inside Terminal 1 here at Reagan National Airport, and I can tell you that it is empty except for a ton of media in here, and we are getting ready for an update from officials in less than an hour, so we'll be sure to bring you that live. But I want to tell you that the mood in the airport terminal here outside, because it is so quiet, we don't ever see DCA like this, and it really gives you a sense of the gravity and the gravity of this situation and what we are dealing with here. Just a very somber, as many of those families are waiting for answers this morning. As you mentioned, the flights here at Reagan National still at a standstill until at least 11 o'clock. We will let you know if anything changes here when we get an update from officials in less than an hour or so. But I also want to mention that throughout the entire airport here, all of the signs that typically have all your arrivals and departures information, they all have this emergency alert information up, letting people know exactly what is going on and urging passengers to check in with their airlines for their latest flight information. Of course, there are still so many questions right now as rescue efforts continue. How can a commercial jet collide with a military aircraft like this? Of course, we had 64 people on board that American Airlines flight and 3 soldiers on board that military helicopter. So as all those questions still remain, officials say the focus right now is really on the families and the people that were on board. We heard from Metropolitan Airports Authority CEO John Potter early this morning. He talked a little bit about some of those family members of the passengers that were on board American Airlines flight. Take a listen.
We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. It's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there.
And of course, we've been talking about this all morning, just how sensitive this situation is. It is really difficult to imagine what those loved ones and family members are going through right now as they continue to wait for answers. We have said it, we have all been there waiting to pick someone up from the airport, and no one expects things to end like this. So again, we are here inside Terminal 1 waiting for an update from officials that we expect to happen here within the next 45 minutes or so. Back to you.
Our continued prayers for everyone involved. Marcella, thank you so much. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
For updates anytime, download the WSA9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WSA9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back. 6:44 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. And right now, more than a dozen bodies have been recovered. We have no reports of any survivors, but that's not stopping search efforts that are underway right now on the Potomac River. Randy Ayala joins us live from Washington Sailing Marina with an update on where things stand at this hour. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So the Potomac River here right behind me, we have a helicopter that's been circling since early this morning. Search and rescue efforts is still underway. I want to point your attention there to all the flashing lights you see. That's where crews have been focusing their search efforts here this morning. You can also see that chopper circling the water here. You know, Jacqueline just a couple of minutes ago talked about just the huge rescue operation underway, right? We know at one point 300 rescuers were out here on the water fighting not ideal conditions, I should say, dealing with a low temperature in the water, wind too, making waves, and it just makes that visibility even harder. But the sun is starting to come up here, so hopefully that'll be an advantage to crews out here trying to find any survivors or recovery efforts as well. Wisdom mentioned this, at least 19 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. Early this morning, we heard from D.C. Fire EMS chief, and he talked about this difficult mission that's underway.
It's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe.
So first responders out here working around the clock for search and rescue efforts. We're hoping to get an update in about 45 minutes from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, but definitely an unspeakable tragedy. We'll continue to monitor what happens. You can hear that chopper still circling this morning, and we'll bring you the very latest. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thank you. Let's check back in with our Jess Arnold now, live in the newsroom. Jess, good morning to you. It looks like we have a statement from the CEO with American Airlines this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Annie. We know that American Airlines CEO Robert Isom is on his way here to D.C. Last night, he put out this video message. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Again, that was American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. He is heading to D.C. as part of this response to the devastating crash. We're going to work to catch up with Isom once he arrives in the state. Annie.
Thanks, Jess. We understand American Airlines is heading here with a GO team, as well as the FAA and NTSB. Jess Arnold with the latest statement from the CEO. Thank you.
We continue to dig deeper and learn more about this breaking news, this tragedy unfolding near Reagan National Airport last night. Coming up, we're going to explain what we have learned about air traffic's role during this mid-air collision. 6:51 now, and this morning we are starting to learn more about how air officials responded to this mid-air collision.
We know the emergency response began around 9 p.m. Our chief investigative reporter Eric Flack joining us once again. And Eric, I understand that flight experts might have a clue as to what might have happened here.
Everybody's trying to read the data that's out there through the transmissions that were coming from really all these flights in the area, especially that American Airlines Flight 5342 that ultimately collided with that military chopper. Flight data studied overnight by aviation experts offers chilling insight into how close all those passengers aboard the flight were to actually landing safely. Ian Pachetnik is Director of Communications at Flight Radar 24, a global flight tracking service. We're already hearing from family members who are right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah, and just to drive home that point, you can see just how close that flight was to the runway there, runway 33 at Washington Reagan National Airport, although all those passengers so close to getting home safely. Some might wonder if this flight had anything to do with the debate in Congress in 2024 about adding new flights to DCA's already busy schedule, a schedule that's so packed some argued it led to multiple near-miss mid-air collisions. Now, we can confirm that this flight, this direct flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., was separate from the 5 new flights added to Reagan National in last year's FAA Reauthorization Act. Those routes, though, do not appear to be operational yet, and everything that happened here in this tragedy obviously going to put a spotlight on that problem, all that traffic there at Washington Reagan National Airport. Guys?
Flank, I'm just curious, and I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I just, the thought of the training for the military helicopters happening so close to where air traffic is happening. Had you ever seen anything like that before?
Yeah, you know, what some of the research I'm doing when I'm back there in the newsroom while you guys are on the set is that apparently there is a corridor there, right there along the Potomac. Even though it's in such close proximity to the airport and to the runway and to all those departures and landings and takeoffs, there is a corridor there for choppers and, you know, training for the military at night. These are all things that are commonplace with this type of thing, but obviously a lot of questions, as you point out, still to be answered.
Absolutely. All right, Eric, thank you so much. We continue to stay on top of this breaking news happening near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, we'll have team coverage from the search and rescue efforts in the Potomac River, how flights from DCA, also Reagan, have been affected, and how officials are responding. And for those heading out the door, let's check in quickly with Lindsay for the workarounds because of this emergency.
Right, Allison, we do have those ramps from GW Parkway and Route 1 to Reagan National Airport still completely closed down, but you can access GW Parkway heading north and south as well as Richmond Highway. You just can't exit off of those roadways. In Southwest, we still have a ton of closures around Audi Field, really close to where that search and rescue is going on. That's going to be portions of Potomac Avenue as well as Half Street, 1st and 2nd Street. I'll have your detours here coming up.
And switching gears this morning, if you are headed out the door, morning commutes or trips to school are going to be chilly, but not quite as cold. Temperature is going to be in the mid and upper 30s to begin, getting up to near 50. Not the 60s, though, that we saw yesterday around here. Of course, we're going to have much more extended coverage on the Flight 5342 tragedy coming up.
Seven o'clock right now. We are staying on top of major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. A massive search and rescue operation is underway right now after a passenger plane collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed into the Potomac River. This was just before 9 o'clock last night.
Basically looking at the collision site right there with the emergency boats in the river there, 300 people responding to this, and we want to warn you that the video that we have from the moment of impact is very difficult to watch, but we do want to show you what happened. Take a look at your screen. You'll notice it goes to very dark there, and you can see the collision. Look on the bottom of your screen, basically. It's about to happen now. This other plane flying overhead, you see the smaller light about to collide with the larger light, and that's the result there. This is video from EarthCam. We'll be getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long. We're waiting for a news conference that's going to happen in under a half an hour, we are told, but here's what we know so far.
We're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the plane went down. Right now, CBS News is reporting that dozens of bodies have been pulled from the water. The plane was coming in from Wichita, Kansas. It was an American Eagle flight operated by American Airlines, flight number 5342. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. According to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight.
And on board that helicopter, we understand, were 3 people. These are photos that we're showing you right now of the debris from the crash. This is the plane the American Airlines plane that fell into the Potomac River below. You can see there's some first responders there on boats. We've seen those boats go back and forth on the river there all morning long. What exactly that they are doing, it's still unclear. We're trying to get more information on that, but thank you so much for joining us.
We do appreciate it. Of course, our hearts go out to the 67 people and their families while this rescue effort continues. Thank you for joining us for our extended breaking coverage. We will stay with you this hour as we await the start of a news conference, again, that's happening in about 30 minutes. And it will be the first update since we last heard from officials, including the Mayor Muriel Bowser out of D.C. At 1 a.m. That was about 6 hours ago, of course, now. But we expect they'll be sharing some critical details about this still developing story. It's very early in this investigation, so please stay with us during this hour.
We've got team coverage all morning long as we continue to piece together exactly what happened here. Our Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and Eric Flack are all on top of this story.
Right now, we want to take you back to Reagan National Airport where Marcella Robertson is standing by. She is inside the airport. We know right now that flights in and out of the airport are paused until at least 11 this morning. Marcella, what's the situation there right now?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that aside from media, it is really quiet here in the airport. We are awaiting an update from officials here in less than 30 minutes and hoping to get some more critical information about this tragic incident here. And I can tell you just, being around Reagan National Airport, if you're familiar with it at all, you know how busy it gets, and to see it this empty and everything really at a standstill really gives you a sense of the gravity of the situation that we are dealing with. As you mentioned, right now, no flights in or out of Reagan National until at least 11 o'clock this morning. That is the earliest. We'll, of course, let you know if that changes when we get an update from officials here shortly as they are working to set up. But, of course, just really quiet here at the airport. I can tell you that all the monitors that typically have all the arrivals and departures information, they all have an emergency alert message up letting the passengers know that they should contact their airlines for any updates. And, of course, there are still so many questions this morning about how this could even happen. How could a commercial airline or a commercial jet collide with a military helicopter? Of course, 64 souls on board the plane, 3 soldiers on board that military helicopter, and still so many questions surrounding this incident. But officials in their first update this morning said that really a lot of the focus right now is on the recovery and the rescue efforts that are underway right now. And also some of the family members and loved ones who are here to pick up those passengers at the airport and were unfortunately met with some devastating news. Take a listen to Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO John Potter about what he had to say about those families.
We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. It's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there.
It's a very difficult situation for everyone around. Of course, those family members, it is difficult to even imagine what they are going through right now. But again, this kind of set the scene for you here inside Terminal 1 at Reagan National Airport. Outside, you've got the sun. We can see it starting to come up. Getting a better sense of, what it is that crash scene looks like. Inside here, we are getting an update, waiting to get an update from officials here in less than 30 minutes, and we'll be sure to bring the latest to you live. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that report. We appreciate it. All right. We want to get out to Randy Ayala right now. She is out on the scene where she has the backdrop right there where the boats are in the background trying to do as much as they can to try to rescue and recover at this point. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So the Potomac River right behind me. I do want to give you a quick update, though. Things out here changing rapidly. About 5 minutes ago, got an update. Park Police out here. They are going to be closing this area in just a couple of minutes. They are calling this a crime scene now this morning. But you can see, or rather hear, that chopper. It has been circling all morning as search and rescue efforts are underway. I do want to to toss it to some sound, we got early this morning inside of DCA from Kansas Senator Jerry Moran. It was around 1 o'clock this morning. He was inside the airport. He came from Wichita. He said that he takes that flight often, and he was visibly and understandably heartbroken about what happened here. Take a listen.
This is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts.
Dangerfield Island. All right, so that was Kansas Senator Jerry Moran that we heard from early this morning. He actually lobbied American Airlines to add this flight from Wichita to DCA. Again, Dangerfield Island, where I'm standing right now, being called a crime scene. This is coming to us from Park Police. So we'll bring you the very latest when we're able to get back up, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thanks for that. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
And for updates anytime, just download the WUSA 9 app on your phone. Watch us anytime on the free WUSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back.
.710 is the time right now. We're still following breaking news about this plane collision near Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while landing at Reagan National Airport. This is a live look at the scene right now as hundreds of first responders continue search and rescue efforts. This is a heartbreaking situation that has grabbed national and international attention. We want to walk you through some of the latest reaction from some government officials that have come into our newsroom right now. We'll start here with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. Tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we are sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. Then, President, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. That's from Truth Social. Kansas Governor Laura Kelly. I am aware that a plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I am actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved, and I will share more information as it becomes available. And then there's this from the mayor of Wichita, Lily Wu, saying that at 12 today, the community will come together for a prayer service for the victims in this crash. Allison and Annie.
You know what? Our thoughts and our prayers are with these real people that were involved with this. 67 people by my count involved with this, and into that icy Potomac below as search and rescue continues this morning. And stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
Straight ahead, we are taking you live to the Washington Sailing Marina to see where search and rescue efforts stand at this hour. We'll be right back.
It is 7:14, and if you are just joining us, we're following major breaking news very close to Reagan National Airport. We can now report that 30 bodies, as gruesome as those details are, and I apologize, the facts are 30 bodies have been pulled now from the Potomac River as an American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people aboard, including that's crew and that's the passengers from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land. As the rescue efforts continue, questions are rising this morning about aviation safety. As we take a live look here at the scene, and we can see those boats there on the Potomac helping with those search and rescue efforts. Coming up, we will speak with the fire chief out of Prince George's County, who has the crew members also assisting with these water rescues today. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes or so. But for right now, we want to turn to our Jess Arnold for some more context as far as this topic goes. President Trump, Jess, issuing an executive order just about a week ago related to flight safety. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. President Trump signed the Keeping America Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. Now, this order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. Now, we've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it reached its hiring goals for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. Now, the shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. It already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Last year, there were a couple near misses, close calls that we have reported on as well. Still, we know, though, 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights, though, haven't started. They are set to start in March. Guys.
All right, Jess Arnold, thank you so much, Jess. And as we saw in that shot earlier, just want to say the sun is rising on a new day at 7:16 right now, a somber day that will go down in the history books here in Washington. But you're looking at rescue boats there, vehicles trying to make sure that everyone that is in the water is recovered. Now, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. We can just imagine the temperature there in the Potomac River that we're looking at. It was frozen as recently as last week. And Jonathan is with us, of course, and he's here to walk us through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews as well, what they're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you, this is now 1 minute past sunrise. So things brighter, of course, at the collision scene. So hopefully our responders can get a better view and a better survey of what actually is going on. But the water temperatures are just brutal right now in the Potomac. Of course, our rescuers and first responders do have protection. They've got dry suits likely that they're using for any of the scuba diving or diving rescues that they may be doing, or any of the activity on the water. But still, this is just brutal temperatures. Better than the frozen river waters that we had last week, of course, but still the water temperatures at 36. I saw some video of some police boats had to use their icebreakers to get down to the scene. So the water temperature here at the Potomac River buoy is 36. Buzzard Point, not too far away, is at 42. So again, those temperatures in the water are above freezing, but barely 35 degrees right now. So the winds are calm, and we take a look in the distance down toward DCA. And we do have some mainly clear skies, just a couple of high clouds coming through. So that's good news for any of the rescues going on, any of the response going on. The winds have really died down. They were up to 50, 60 miles an hour in gusts yesterday, now only at about 3 miles an hour. So aside from the currents and the brutal cold that we're still dealing with, again, for any of the rescue in the water that in the search that has to be going on, as again we survey the accident situation here that happened yesterday evening, things have really quite improved, especially on the water and in the water. When this happened just prior to 9 p.m. yesterday evening, even there winds were out of the northwest at about 16, gusting to about 25.
7:19 is the time right now. If you're just joining us this morning, we are following some major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. A plane carrying 60 people and 4 crew members crashed in midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. And right now, we want to take a moment to hear more about the ongoing search and rescue efforts. And joining us now on the phone is Prince George's County Fire Chief Tiffany Green. Good morning to you, Chief. We know that you are on the way, or your crews rather, you're on the way to a news conference, but your crews are already assisting. But let's back up and talk about when you first got this call about what happened, and what's the first thing you do in response to this to assist with what was going on in D.C.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. So our initial request came from D.C. Fire Department through our normal mutual aid agreement. There's a report of a helicopter crash in the Potomac. Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department responded with 2 water rescue resources, 1 airboat and 1 rescue boat, and our technical resource personnel, about 12 personnel. So we were deployed, and we also deployed a command officer to our unified command post with D.C. Fire Department. So again, it was a dynamic night.
So what are, as far as you know, and of course as the chief you know this, but what are crews doing exactly now? Are they still there on the water? What can you tell us?
Yes, absolutely. So we're still there. Again, this is very much still a rescue mission. We're working together again with our partners in D.C. Fire Department as well as Virginia. And we're still operating in the unified command, still doing an active rescue. And as it gets lighter, again, we're able to see a little bit better now. And the rescue attempt will be a bit more in depth now that we can see.
And Chief, of course, everyone on site is trained to do and respond to situations like this. They have that trained eye. Can you speak or give us a glimpse into the hazardous materials involved and what those challenges are for first responders? I mean, we're talking about jet fuel, debris, murky water, and cold, frigid conditions.
Exactly. You said it all. And again, we're trained for this, so we have deployed our hazmat resource teams as well. Again, our partners in Virginia and District of Columbia have also done the same thing. But our personnel are trained for this. So again, we're in the water, we're being safe, but there are hazardous conditions as well as the water and the conditions of the weather. But we're trained and we're doing the best that we can.
We have been reporting just the united force that we've seen from Maryland, Virginia, and the district here. How important is it that all these jurisdictions work together on when something on this scale happens?
It's extremely important. As you see, and as Chief Donnelly from D.C. Fire Department said earlier at our press conference, it's over 300 responders that were able to come out last night. And it worked seamlessly. Our partners, again, we do what we need to do together when things happen. And this is what's needed in this region, our COG region. We have a mutual aid agreement amongst all of our partners, our fire departments. And when we're needed, we all respond with the appropriate resources with the closest available units. And that's what you saw last night.
Chief, I want to get some of your thoughts. I mean, you've been doing this for so long. Have you ever seen anything like this or anything close to this scale?
The last time I've seen something like this, and again, I've been doing this for over 28 years, would be, again, the 9/11 responses to the Pentagon and those things in this area. And that's why, again, we have our mutual aid agreements, and we're able to work together seamlessly as fire departments in the region, all on the same page. But again, it's horrific. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families as well as the first responders. They operated seamlessly in unideal conditions, and they're working together in a unified command to make sure that we rescue and do everything that we can for the victims.
Absolutely. Even the most trained experts do this. It's still tough. So we appreciate you spending some time with us, and to all the men and the women who are under your purview who have responded to this tragedy in record time. Okay, I believe, and let us also know that she is on the way, Chief Green, to this news conference is happening in just about 6 or 7 minutes or so. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
We are still following this breaking news after that plane crash near Reagan National Airport, as massive search and rescue efforts are still underway around the Potomac River. What that means for you as you're driving around is that we do have a lot of road closures in place, not only in Arlington around Reagan National Airport, but also in Southwest, really close by to where that search and rescue is underway. So just to remind you, we do have Reagan National Airport completely closed down until at least 11 o'clock this morning. So all roads to connect to Reagan National also closed down. That includes GW Parkway to access Reagan National Airport, as well as Route 1 right around that airport access road. All of those on and off ramps completely closed down right now. And then heading into Southwest, we have Potomac Avenue completely closed, as well as 2nd, 1st, and Half Street, and then V Street to the south, really close by to Audi Field. We'll stay on top of this breaking news for you right after the break.
.30 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger plane from Wichita, Kansas, was involved in a mid-air collision with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and landed in the Potomac River. This is a live look at the scene right now as hundreds of first responders continue to search and rescue efforts.
We understand there are at least 300 first responders on the scene. We also do have video of that crash, but we want to warn you, it is incredibly hard to watch. Take a look here. If you keep your eyes to the center of your screen, you can see that bright light there coming toward the screen. That is a different aircraft. Right here is where you want to look in the center there. This is the moment that the collision happens midair. There it is, that big fireball, and then they fall into the Potomac River below. This is video from EarthCam. We, of course, have been getting updates all morning long from officials and emergency response crews, but here's what we know so far.
As you mentioned, it's extremely concerning to see that flight right above when all of this happens. But we're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when that American Airlines flight went down. And we can tell you, according to CBS News, 30 bodies have now been recovered from the Potomac River. Right now, we have no reports of any survivors. This mid-air collision happened as that plane was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. That was American Airlines Flight 5342. According to the Associated Press, the helicopter was conducting a training flight, and there were three soldiers on board that Black Hawk.
All right, these are photos of the crash debris, which will be crucial in the investigation. Also, we've been talking all morning long about the situation out at Reagan National Airport because last year, Senator Mark Warner was talking about, was questioning and called for an investigation into could Reagan National handle the capacity that was there. And this came after May 2024. There was a near miss at the airport. That was American Airlines Flight 2134. It was cleared for takeoff at 10:30 in the morning, and another aircraft had been cleared to take off, to land rather, at that same intersection. And then earlier, even before then, same airport, Southwest Airlines Flight 2937 and JetBlue Flight 1554. They nearly collided at the airport as well. So
Good morning. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. We are here at Reagan National Airport to provide an update on the tragic events of last night. I'm joined by U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, D.C. Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly, American Airlines CEO Robert Eisen, the MWA, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO Jack Parter, United States Senator Mark Warner, United States Senator Tim Kaine, U.S. Representative Don Beyer, as well as the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela Smith. And we are joined by first responders from across the Metropolitan Washington region. I speak for all of us when I say, and certainly all Washingtonians, how very sad we are for American Airlines, for the United States Department of Defense, and for all Americans for the loss of life that happened with the collision of these aircrafts. We know that includes families from across our region as well as in Kansas and across the country. This morning, we all share in a profound sense of grief. I do want to thank the first responders who acted quickly last night, who ran towards danger, went into a very frigid river, and have worked throughout the night. Chief Donnelly reported in last night's briefing that we have a strong mutual aid agreement in our region, and those teams have worked together throughout the night in really tough and heartbreaking conditions, and we should all thank them for their heroic efforts. So we'll have several updates today. I'm first going to turn to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and then you will hear directly from Chief John Donnelly with a situational update.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Sean Duffy here, Secretary of Transportation. We wish we were gathering for different purposes today. I just want to let you know that the Department of Transportation, the FAA, along with the White House, President Trump, local, state, and federal partners, all working together on this incident in unison. I couldn't be prouder of this team that's been assembled, working tirelessly. Mayor, I want to thank you specifically for your work. A few details I'd like to give all of you, and some of you have reported this, but last night, if you live in the DC area, you would know that this was a clear night last night. The helicopter was in a standard pattern. If you live in the DC area, you'll see helicopters up and down the river. This flight pattern is seen oftentimes when you live in DC. This was a standard flight pattern last night as well. The American Airlines flight coming into land was in a standard flight pattern as it was coming into DCA. So this was not unusual with a military aircraft flying the river and aircraft landing at DCA. And again, if you live in the area, you'll see that frequently with those two aircraft working together. As many of you have reported, we have located the two aircrafts. The fuselage of the American Airlines plane was inverted. It's been located in 3 different sections. It's in about waist deep water. So that recovery is going to go on today as that recovery takes place of the fuselage of the aircraft. NTSB is going to start to analyze that aircraft, partner with the FAA with all of the information we have to get the best results possible for the American people. I would just say that safety is our expectation. Everyone who flies in American skies expects that we fly safely, that when you depart an airport, you get to your destination. That didn't happen last night. And I know that President Trump, his administration, the FAA, the DOT, we will not rest until we have answers for the families and for the flying public. You should be assured that when you fly, you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mayor. I'm joined today with Fire Chief Bonnet from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, and I'm John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department. Last night at 8:48, the control tower sounded an alert, which alerts responders to respond to a report of an aircraft crash on or near the airport. That sets off an immediate response from the Airport Authority Fire Department, from the District of Columbia and Metropolitan Harbor Patrol fire boats and other fire boats on the river in order to support that type of operation. Very quickly, this call escalated. It became apparent, the responders realized that they had a plane crash and immediately escalated to a response that ultimately included about 300 people last night. These responders found extremely frigid conditions. They found heavy wind. They found ice on the water, and they operated all night in those conditions. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the agencies that responded in addition to DC Fire and EMS and the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Montgomery County Fire Department, the Prince George's County Fire Department, the Charles County Fire Department, the Baltimore County Police Department, the Anne Arundel County Fire Department, the Alexandria Fire Department, the Arlington County Fire Department, the Fairfax Fire Department, the Prince William Fire Department, the Baltimore City Police Department, the Maryland State Police, the Maryland Natural Resources Police, the Department of Defense, the Joint Base in Bowling Fire Department and the staff there, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Coast Guard, the United States Park Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, and the NTSB. Despite all those efforts, we are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident, and we have recovered 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter. The District Office of the Medical Examiner has lead on reuniting these bodies and these people with their loved ones, and we will continue to work to find all the bodies them with their loved ones. We should also acknowledge that the Virginia Medical Examiner and the Army Medical Examiner are involved in this operation and a very important part of getting people identified. So.
Our hearts are certainly with all of the crew in American Airlines, and we'll hear from CEO Isom.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to express my sincere condolences for the accident that happened at DCA last night. We're absolutely heartbroken for the family and loved ones of the passengers and crew members, and also for those that were on the military aircraft. Our focus right now is doing everything that we can to support all of those involved and also the PSA Airlines team. This is devastating. We are all hurting incredibly. We urge any family and friends looking for information about their loved ones to call our designated helpline, and that's at 1-800-679-8215, 1-800-679-8215. And here's what I can share at this early stage. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport, was involved in an accident just before 9 p.m. local time on final approach into Reagan National. It collided with a military aircraft on an otherwise normal approach, and at this time we don't know why the military aircraft came into the path of the PSA aircraft. Flight 5342, a CRJ 700, was under the command of 4 crew members. They carried 60 passengers, as you know, for a total of 64 people on board. In addition to local resources already here in DC, American Airlines has activated our care team, and that's a group of specialists that are trained to support these types of responses. These team members are on site or arriving soon. And additionally, we have members of our GO team that are on ground here in DC, and they're being deployed with resources to do everything that we can to take care of the needs of the families and the loved ones of the passengers and crew members. And that is our sole focus. And we're so grateful for the first responders. They've been working through the night, courageous efforts. And we're actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts and closely coordinating with PSA Airlines as they cooperate fully with the NTSB on the investigation. I know that there are many questions. At this early stage, I just won't be able to answer many, but we'll provide additional information as it comes. Thank you.
I want to introduce the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO, Jack Potter. The authority manages Reagan Washington National and Dulles International.
Good morning and thank you, Mayor. First, let me begin by expressing our condolences for all the victims of this flight and for their families. There's a lot of grieving going on, and so we're very sympathetic to that. I want to echo what was said about the first responders. When there's a problem in this area, everybody drops everything and they rush to wherever the problem is. So I want to thank the chief, the entire team from Washington, D.C., but just as important, the list of folks that the chief described. Federal authorities have been here en masse, and so a lot of effort was brought to bear. Unfortunately, we weren't able to rescue anyone, but we are in the recovery mode right now, and I just want to, last night I expressed the fact that we hope to open at 11 o'clock today, and that is still the case. We're going to open the airport at 11 o'clock. And again, condolences to the families and thanks to the many, many who are still out there working very, very hard to complete this recovery. Thank you, Mayor.
I do want to acknowledge that The Virginia Transportation Secretary is here, in addition to the Alexandria Mayor. And I will like to ask members of the Virginia congressional delegation to the podium next. U.S. Senator Mark Warner, followed by Tim Kaine and Representative Don Beyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to join with everyone else and express my condolences for the victims. For folks who don't live in the DMV, we are made up of a lot of jurisdictions. Reagan Airport's in Virginia. Across the river we have Maryland, obviously the district, but has been indicated by the chief, when tragedy happens, all those distinctions between the various jurisdictions and our federal partners all disappear. And I want to again thank all the first responders. On a personal note, I'll just add that literally I now know I was coming back from the district from a dinner to my home in Old Town Alexandria. And while I did not see the collision, I wondered, I'd never seen this many red lights streaming towards the airport and across the river in Maryland about this time. My phone started blowing up and I realized that this accident had taken place. There'll be a time to figure out. I know NTSB will have a briefing later in the day. But to the victims, our condolences. To the first responders, our thanks.
Sorrow, thanks, and questions. So sorrow, as all have expressed, to the crew, to the passengers, to the soldiers, to their families, to their friends, to their loved ones, to people who are still trying to get information and unsure whether their loved ones have been lost. We offer our profound condolences to them and our sorrow for this tragedy. Thanks, I'll echo, Mayor, what you began with. When you see a challenge like this and you see people from so many different agencies, local, state, federal, with different uniforms, different badges, but working in such a coordinated way, even in the midst of a tragedy, it does give you a sense of appreciation and pride in people's willingness to come to the danger and work together. And I started to see that as a local official 30 years ago in Richmond, and definitely have seen it here. And then finally, questions. There are going to be a lot of questions, obviously, a lot of questions. And that's what the NTSB's job is to be an independent investigator of incidents like this. And they are here. We were in dialogue with them earlier today. They've been here since they got the alert, and they will be doing the work and playing lead in answering the many questions that we have. And that's as it should be. It's not a time to speculate. It's a time to investigate and get answers to the questions we need, and I have confidence that will be done. Thank you.
Following up on the Senator, I think grief, thanks, and service. With millions and millions of Americans traveling every year, we are all grieving, knowing that it could have been our loved ones, it could have been us. And our hearts go out to all those who have lost folks. In a most partisan place also, I'm really thankful that Democrats and Republicans, people from all over, have come together to try to make sure that people are served. As a local representative, I want the families to know that our office is available to serve you in any way we possibly can through this time of grief and transition and loss. And then also just note that we're deeply grateful for the people who risked their lives last night on a moment's notice and spent the whole night on the river in the ice and the wind, serving us. And then finally, as Senator Kaine, Senator Warner noted, after the NTSB investigation, we've got to make sure that at the federal level and with the support of Virginia, Maryland, D.C., we're doing everything we can to make sure this does not happen again.
So with that, it's been said already that the National Transportation Safety Board becomes the lead agency in the investigation. Our jurisdiction in D.C., where the crash occurred over the river, concludes as we, in the leadership role of the Unified Command, as we shift to a recovery effort. We expect the National Transportation Safety Board to provide briefings to the press later in the day. So at this point, we can take a few questions. Yes. What we can talk about today is what happened here with the collision of these vehicles. We've said what we know, and that the National Transportation Safety Board continues to investigate. I don't know that any of us have been briefed on anything that would suggest any other aircraft are implicated. Yes.
You're still missing 30+ people in the water. What are some of the challenges in recovering them right now?
Chief.
So the rescue operation, or the recovery operation, goes on. It's a lot of touch and feel in the different parts of the plane or in the helicopter, and the crash area is a little spread out, so we've got some work to do. And I think it's a pretty normal type of situation. I don't think it's extraordinary.
How spread out is this debris field?
So the wind started blowing last night, so we've had debris travel from the airport down as far as the Wilson Bridge.
Mile-wise, how far is that?
I couldn't tell you. Less than a mile.
Well, we're going to open the airport at 11 o'clock. It's safe. We've worked with all the federal agencies, FAA, and you know, it's been determined that we can open that airport safely. The recovery effort that's on our property is on the waterfront. Our primary runway, 119, will be open. It's away from any activity. We're going to have a secure area around that, so all are comfortable that we can get back to operations. Now, each airline will announce or communicate to their passengers what their operations are going to be. Obviously, their networks were disrupted overnight, and so we might have a slow recovery, but the bottom line is we will begin to have aircraft moving in and out of this airport at 11 o'clock.
I don't think we can say anything about what's in NTSB's purview.
You mentioned the airport opens 3 hours from now. There's a lot of helicopter traffic from the military, U.S. Park Service, all that. Will helicopters be flying right through here as well, beyond the recovery efforts?
I don't know the answer to that. Jack, do you have anything to add? We don't have anything to add about that. Yes.
So the question is, can I guarantee the American flying public that the United States has the most safe and secure airspace in the world? And the answer to that is absolutely, yes, we do. We have early indicators of what happened here, and I will tell you with complete confidence, we have the safest airspace in the world.
All I can say is that we have published the 1-800 number. We have family assistance centers set up here in DCA. We do in Wichita as well. I'm not at liberty to give the number of families that have been that have used those services, but we are making that use. We have over 100 team members that are either here or on their way that are specially trained to work with family members, handle travel arrangements, hotel arrangements, incidentals, to make sure that we're taking care of people in any way that they can. As you know, as our teams are hurting and suffering, as our passengers and their families need assistance, we're doing everything we can. I don't have any more information on that right now.
operation is going to be led by the NTSB. All of us are working together, though, to search the area and to find the victims. I'm confident that we will do that, and that will take us a little bit of time, though. It may involve some more equipment. As far as the things being collected, I don't have personal knowledge. I know that we have been collecting debris that you would expect to see from a plane.
So the question is about the victims. The NTSB is going to lead that portion of the contact with the victims. I believe American is going to be involved with that as well, and so will the FAA and the Department of Transportation. So I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the collision, the flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the DC airspace. And as this investigation moves forward, we will be able to provide more information to you about the details of that statement. So the question is, were there blind spots with air traffic control? I don't want to make statements about that. I don't lead into that answer. But again, I think whether it was air traffic control, whether it was military aircraft, helicopters, or the American flight, everything was standard in the lead up to the crash. Now, obviously, something happened here. You'll get more information and more details as this investigation moves forward. We'll learn what happened. But again, those who live in the DC area, we see military helicopters fly up and down the river. It's a standard path that they fly. They're used to aircraft landing at DCA, and there's a procedure in place because this happens every day. Something went wrong here. I look forward to the time and point when we can give you that information, but I don't want to comment on that right now.
We have raised this issue continuously. We've got very busy airspace. I think we will ask questions, but at the appropriate time. We're in this period right now where families are still being notified. We're trying to figure out what happened. There'll be time for those discussions, I think.
Yeah, I'd just say the same thing. We've been pretty plain about our concerns, but it isn't a good time to speculate right now. We have faith that the NTSB will provide the answers about this.
So thank you for the question. Our first responders are resilient people, but yes, this call will be hard for them. Our peer support teams are already engaged with the responders, and we'll be following up on that to make sure that they're okay. But I think the concern is real.
I don't want to say too much on the communication between the helicopter in the tower and the airline in the tower, but I will say this: there was communication. It was I would say standard communication, so there was not a breakdown, if that's your question, in communication between the military helicopter and the American Airlines flight. There was communication between the aircraft and the tower. I would say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area.
terms of body recovery, as we recover bodies, we have a process, and we're not counting any bodies until they're in the possession of the medical director. So there may be some fluctuating in numbers that other people would report, but our numbers from the medical examiner.
So just in regard to the president, in the briefing room, I've been with this team for the last hour plus as we've worked through the details of the information we wanted to give you. But it is my understanding that either this morning he was going to be in the situation room, or the situation room is obviously briefing the president. He has been kept in full appraisal of what is taking place. Safety is paramount, and I don't have that information quite yet from the FAA, so I don't want to provide an information I don't want to provide an answer or inaccurate information on what routes will be flown out of DCA.
Just quickly, I don't have a lot of information to release, but these were experienced pilots. I know that the captain had 6 years with PSA, or almost 6 years with PSA, and the first officer almost 2 years. Again, standard approach, and that's about all I can say. Thank you.
In regard to the military, I don't have information in regard to the experience of the military pilots. I would just note that this was classified as a training mission. Sometimes people could think that a training mission is someone who is inexperienced in the cockpit. We call these missions that are flown in the DC area, as our pilots are getting hours in experience, training missions. So don't read into that we had how many hours the pilots on the military aircraft had. And you had another question for me that was. Yep. So we are going to wait for all the information to come in from this vantage point, but to back up what the president said, what I've seen so far, do I think this was preventable? Absolutely.
News conference there from several of the leaders in the area that are involved in trying to in the search and recovery, trying to figure out exactly what was going on. We heard from the mayor of DC. We also heard from a lot from U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, talking about on multiple occasions said that the helicopter was in a standard pattern. The American Airlines flight was in a standard flight pattern as well, and it's not unusual for these aircraft to be in the same space. He says it happens all the time. He also talked about how they've located the fuselage of the American Airlines plane. It was in 3 different locations, and it was in waist-deep water, so they're still working on that, and NTSB will analyze everything that they find and then try to come up with some answers as to why this happened. And the Chief Donnelly said, he also talked about how they're switching from a rescue to recovery mode.
That's what really stood out to me, because we're talking about human lives here. Yes, this is a breaking, developing news story, but these are real human lives that we are talking about, and that's the part that really stuck out, that coming from the DC fire chief, that this is now turned to a recovery operation. He also gave us a little bit of fluctuation with the number of bodies recovered so far. He says they're counted as they go through the medical examiner's office. So he gave a slightly different number than what we had heard from CBS News. But of course, we know that there will be 67 Unfortunately, 67 bodies that will be recovered at the end of the day here. The Transportation Secretary, something else that stuck out to me, Annie, was he also said that though these aircraft are often in the air together, this was preventable.
Right, and that was my takeaway. What struck me, there were a lot of questions that he took regarding that flight pattern question, because as Wisdom said, it is not unusual. He was reiterating that the helicopter and the American Airlines flight shared that space, but clearly something happened. He also mentioned that they do have early indication of what could have happened. He did not elaborate, but ended with that this could have been preventable, absolutely, and that he has full confidence that we do have the safest airspace in the world, because that is what I think, is going through the minds of Americans at this point is, am I going to be safe next time I board a flight? Because the expectation is when you get on a flight, you're going to end at your destination safely. Yes. So that message was clear from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and the mayor weighing in on this strong mutual aid agreement and the teams working together, because we learned that the Potomac River, the way that this crash happened, this midair collision, the debris landing on the DC side is now something new for us as well, because we were wondering, the mayor is taking the lead as far as local leaders go and federal and state leaders, but we now understand the reason behind that. But, also what's clear to me is Senator Warner touched on this, that in times of a crisis like this, you sort of shed the layers of all of that, right? I mean, you come together. We know that this country is resilient, and what is amazing to see in times of a crisis is seeing all the local leaders come together with state and federal for one common goal. And
absolutely.
Right. And, thanking the first responders for working tirelessly. We're going now into the 11th hour at this point, working under just dangerous and just terrible conditions with the water temperature and the murky water, the choppy water, all of it. So that was also clear, thanking our first responders.
Another person there sort of out of the realm of emergency personnel and politicians. We also heard from the CEO of American Airlines, Robert Eisen, and just opening up with how heartbroken he was for crew and the passengers. And he also mentioned those aboard the helicopter. And what stuck out to me with that, because it's often we sit here and we complain about all the airlines, this and the prices and all of that. But we see when tragedy hits like this, he talked a lot about the GO team that is on the way here now to this area to make sure that all the families affected. And trust, it's not just these people on board, not just the crew, not just the soldiers. It is all the family that they leave behind, that this GO team will help with everything that they need, from travel arrangements, hotels, and all of that moving forward. So to hear that from a huge corporation that could just say, we don't know, let's just wait to, no, they're stepping in and they're working right now.
Real quick, I want to jump in on something that Senator Warner and Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia spoke to, because somebody asked this question. I mentioned this earlier. They have long had concerns, and we don't know exactly what happened because the NTSB is in charge of the investigation now, but they both mentioned the concerns that they've had in the past with the traffic at DCA Airport. They talked about that just briefly today, but in the past, both have been talking about the issues that are out there. Can that airport handle the capacity that's coming in and out of it? And I mentioned this earlier about how in May of 2024, American Airlines Flight 2134 was cleared for takeoff at 10:30 in the morning, and then another aircraft had been cleared at that same intersection on a runway. They almost collided, but they called it off in time. And then before that, Southwest Airlines 2937 and JetBlue 1554 nearly collided at the airport as well. And at that point, Senator Warner said, hey, we need to get a handle on this and call for an investigation into flight capacity out there. Now, having said all that, this is still an active investigation. They are still trying to figure out exactly what happened. But we heard the Transportation Secretary say that as far as he knows right now, that everything, nothing was unusual about this. There were he said specifically the communication was good, and that the airplane and the helicopter, it's not unusual to see them kind of sort of in the same space, but the mistake.
Standard path.
Yes,
He says something
yes, standard
went
path,
wrong.
and he did say something. You know, this could have been avoided.
Something went wrong.
Right.
Did you want to add something? I was just going to
no,
say.
go ahead.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back. We're staying on top of this major breaking news.
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to cover our breaking news right now. We want to get out to the airport because that's where Marcella Robertson is right now. She is speaking to Senator Mark Warner from Virginia. Good morning to you, Marcella.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. Again, you said it there, Virginia Senator Mark Warner joining us live now. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Just want to get your initial reaction, just an incredible tragedy that we're dealing with here.
Absolutely, Marcella. You know, first of all, obviously condolences to all the families who I know have spent the last 12 to 14 hours trying to find out what's happened to their loved ones. And obviously, as we've moved into recovery mode, it's an indication there's probably no survivors. Those of us in the DMV know we got different states, the district, lots of federal jurisdictions. When a tragedy like this happens, everybody responds. It was remarkable. We had first responders from all across the region, as high as even Baltimore County came. And they run towards that kind of danger into these icy waters. And I happened to be coming from the district to my home in Old Town. So we were driving by the airport almost when this happened. And while I didn't see the crash, I was saying I've never seen this many red lights racing. And it was about that point, once I was past the airport, headed to Old Town, that I became aware there was been this crash.
And I mean, you say when you saw those lights, we typically don't see things of this nature, of, you know, really gives you a sense of the gravity of all of this. I mean, what do you make of this really happening in our backyard?
Well, we could see it both on the Virginia side and the Maryland side. You know, and what I think you saw, and then the chief made mention this morning, everybody dropped everything. Police, EMS, fire, they all got here as quickly as possible. And that included also federal resources. We have people going into a very cold Potomac River to go through the recovery mode. Again, I don't think we ever give enough appreciation to those first responders.
This is such a difficult time. I know there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. What do you say to the family members who are waiting for their loved ones to be recovered? I mean, how do you even wrap your mind around that?
I think what you say is, we're going to find out what happened. These victims deserve that. The families deserve that. But the notion of jumping to some conclusion, less than 12 hours after this tragedy occurred, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion.
And to kind of clarify, I know I asked you about your concerns with the traffic here, busy runways, and I know you said that there will be a time for that later. Can we expect to hear an update from that?
Tim Kaine and I, the whole Virginia delegation, we know how busy National is. We know the level of helicopter traffic, just because we're the nation's capital, that has to be part of the airspace. We expressed those concerns. Concerns we never got a full vote on that, although I quickly add those new slots or those new flights have not been added yet. But again, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion, but it's obviously not right now.
I want to ask you too, because we heard the Secretary of Transportation say he believes that this was 100% preventable. Your reaction to that?
I don't have any idea how, when we don't have the facts, the NTSB hasn't done their investigation, that people can make those claims. Obviously, I've been a governor, a senator. I've been in this stuff for 25 years. I've never had to come to this this doesn't happen very often. Our airspaces are statistically the safest in the world. That doesn't mean much if you're getting the kind of worst news you could ever imagine sometime over these last 12 hours. I just hope that we would all hold off on causation and whether it could be avoided or not. Obviously, something happened here that wasn't appropriate, but let's wait for a minute.
And before we let you go, I do want to ask you too, we don't have a lot of the answers, right? And you have the airport that is getting ready to open back up in just about 3 hours. You have passengers all across the country who are getting ready to go on airplanes. A lot of anxiety, I would imagine. What do you say to those travelers and to reassure them that it is safe?
I would say that we have always had the safest airspace in the world. I know the Airports Authority, the FAA, they're not going to reopen this airport at 11 o'clock this morning unless that we are safe. Again, I want to give a particular shout out as well for the air traffic controllers who have a remarkable record of directing this traffic on a regular basis. They're federal employees. So I have great assurance, but I can completely understand that kind of tension or concern coming after this tragedy.
We really appreciate your time, and I know a lot of the focus right now will be on the family members, first responders who have a difficult task ahead of them. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
There you guys, again, if you're just tuning in, that was Virginia Senator Mark Warner talking about, everything from the first responders to the scope of this tragedy that we're dealing with. Again, we just got an update from officials about an hour ago. We now know that a total of 28 bodies have been recovered out of the Potomac River so far, 27 passengers from that American Airlines flight and 1 soldier from that military helicopter. Still a lot of, unanswered questions here. The airport will reopen this morning here at Reagan National at 11 o'clock this morning, and officials are, telling passengers that it is safe. They would not reopen if it were not. And of course, just the NTSB now taking over this investigation. Unfortunately, this has changed from a rescue mission to a recovery mission with still many more passengers in the water. And the first responders have just such a difficult task ahead of them, both physically and mentally. Guys, back to you.
All right, Marcella Robertson reporting. Thank you very much. We want to continue our coverage right now and get out to Jacqueline Quinn to give us a live update on where things stand from her perspective. Good morning.
Yeah, you know, as you heard there, officials talking about how this is switching over from a rescue operation to a recovery operation at this point. But we're not seeing, you know, the strength and numbers out here diminish, because we're still seeing the response out here. Much of that focus over here towards the water. We're standing as close as we really can get right now to see all of the vehicles and response. That's where the boats have been taking off. The helicopter has been taking off right now. It's actually stationary, parked there at the area. But we had heard from the conference that they have located these 2 aircrafts out there in the water. That's about 3 miles away from where we're standing. This is just the staging area where all the personnel and the equipment have been coming through, but a very massive response. And I can tell you, again, going over the numbers, that they have recovered the 28 victims, including one of the personnel that was on the military Black Hawk helicopter. So the concentration of personnel, equipment all over out here on the Potomac, and we have seen much of that move in and out of this space. So I'll point out, now that we're seeing daylight, you know, all of the agencies that we're seeing out here. We know that DC Fire is out here, and we have had multiple other agencies, local, Alexandria, as well as the airport fire and the Park Service as well. All of this to continue looking for those who are still missing. And you know, you've heard about it. The conditions on the water at this time are very hard to navigate, extremely rough, according to the DC Fire Chief. He talked about some areas waist-deep water, 18 feet. And then you can see from out here, it's icy, okay? It's very cold this time of the year. It's murky, and it's still moving down there. And that's why these are very extremely rough conditions. Now, it's been really just a lot of work to continue to help find these victims. We've heard about some of the anguish, some of those feelings from loved ones and friends that are waiting to learn more about those passengers that were on board that plane. No names released or yet confirmed at this time, though we did hear, at least through the U.S. Figure Skating Organization, that they have confirmed there were members of their organization on board. I'll go briefly over their statement. They talked about our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in their hearts. As we mentioned, of course, multiple agencies are aware, as well as the president. He's issued a statement on this, and people still learning about this are now concerned. Perhaps they haven't been able to get in touch with a loved one or a family friend member, and there is a number to find more information on this, and I'll share that with you right now. That's 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215. Again, now this is turning over to the NTSB. They're investigating, but they have been here on the scene since this has happened. People wanting to know, or the question is, you know, what happened here? Why was perhaps this military helicopter flying so low? All these things will be stuff that the NTSB will have to be looking at. And the latest, as you heard, they're going to try to open up the airport back at 11 today. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Alrighty, Jacqueline Quinn reporting live for us at 8:25. We have certainly learned quite a bit of new information, especially from that last press conference or news conference that took place with multiple local leaders. You had state, federal leaders, congressmen, senators weighing in on it. But we will have more for you. Stick with us as this breaking situation continues to develop. We'll be right back.
Welcome back into our special coverage. In that news conference, we saw so many different jurisdictions come together and politicians front and center from Virginia, including Congressman Berer.
And Marcella Robertson standing by live at Reagan National Airport this morning. And Marcella, we understand that you have Congressman Berer with you.
Situation that we're dealing with here?
Well, the first thing, Marcel, is just enormous grief at this tragedy. You know, as the local congressman, we want to make all of our office resources available to the families. We don't know yet how many are from the DMV, how many from Wichita, other places, but we do know that we need to be there for them.
And what is your message to those families who are dealing with a very difficult time right now?
I mean, the only thing we can do is just reach out with our own sense of heartbreak and tragedy and comfort, and then promise them that down the road, after the NTSB investigation, that we will do everything we possibly can at the federal level to make sure that the airport is safe.
I want to ask you, because there are still so many unanswered questions here. Still, you know, first responders have a tough day ahead of them. I want to ask you what you would say to other passengers, right? Because this airport is going to reopen in a couple of hours. What do you say to reassure them that this is safe?
Well, if you look back, the last major accident like this was 2009, so 16 years ago. And over that time, I think it's 5 billion Americans have flown on airplanes without a casualty, commercial airplanes. So the odds are much greater that most of the things we do in our day-to-day life are more dangerous than flying on an airplane. But that doesn't mean we're not going to get the every 16-year tragedy because somebody made a mistake someplace. Our job will be to make sure that that same mistake is never made again.
And when we talk about that, I mean, I know it is hard to say, and that investigation is in its very early stages, but how much of a change in aviation do you expect to see because of this? I mean, this is really something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
I don't know whether it'll be a change in aviation. It's more likely to be a change in how we manage the traffic around this airport. We know this is an airport that flew 25 million passengers last year. It was designed for 14 million. But it's also complicated by the fact that this is the nation's capital. We have the president, the Congress, the Pentagon. And so you have all this military air traffic going up and down the river. Finding ways to do that safely can be it's been safe for a long time, but we've got to make sure that this kind of breakdown doesn't happen again.
And I want to ask you too, I mean, we're overlooking the water here. The first responders, they have been out all night. It is cold, icy waters. Such a huge response from all kinds of jurisdictions. What are your thoughts about them?
Well, first of all, it's really encouraging. I know the fire station here at the airport, which is right on the water, responded in minutes. And then you had everybody from the Coast Guard, D.C., Maryland, lots of Arlington and the airport. It was wonderful to see so many different resources from so many different jurisdictions come together to support this effort. Right now, the FBI has taken over to find the remaining bodies and to get all the information from the crash. It is nice to know that we can work together at a time of crisis.
And I know, speaking to Senator Kaine, Senator Warner as well, I know it is still early. I know that there's a time and place for everything, but there have been concerns about the traffic at this airport. What can we expect to see on a federal level, on Capitol Hill in the future when we do get answers as far as this investigation is concerned?
Well, with Mark Warner, Jim Kaine, and I and others, we fought really hard to limit the traffic coming in and out of the airport. We don't know that was the cause of this yet, but we do know, big picture, we need to make sure that we're moving as much traffic as we can to the airports that can handle it.
Congressman, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcel.
Again, just a really somber morning here at Reagan National. It is 8:30. That airport is expected to open back up here to passengers at 11 o'clock. We know at this point 28 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac because of this mid-air collision. 27 passengers from the plane, 1 soldier from that military helicopter, and certainly first responders out there. They have been at it for hours. Difficult conditions. It is cold, it is icy, it is windy, and this has now turned from a rescue mission to a recovery operation, which is certainly not what the family members who have been waiting for answers here want to hear, but that is the unfortunate situation that we are in right now. Very sensitive situation, and our thoughts certainly go out to them as we continue to see this develop. I do also want to mention that an official was asked how confident they are that they would recover all of the bodies, and they said that is their goal. They are confident that everyone will eventually be reunited with their family members. Obviously not the outcome that everyone wanted to see, but they are, confident in this recovery mission. Back to you.
Marcella, I've got to ask, we've been saying that the airport reopens at 11, and we know you got to get there a little bit ahead of time to make those flights. I couldn't help but notice the people behind you looking like they're just pulling some luggage. It looks like that airport is slowly coming back to life behind you there. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, it's actually just a lot of media, right? We've all got carts, some of the speakers, the podium that was actually brought in. So we're here in Terminal 1. So we have not seen, as far as we're concerned, any passengers actually in the airport. A couple that were stranded before, but as far as new passengers looking to catch their flights, we have not seen that just yet. But we'll certainly keep you updated.
Not opened up to that extent yet.
Yeah, and Marcella, before we let you go, you also spoke to Senator Warner, Virginia Senator Warner, and what he said really struck us because during the press conference, we heard from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy with a very clear message that this could have been preventable. And he said that with confidence. He even went to say, I have full confidence that we have the safest airspace in the world. So he really doubled down on that message. But then when you spoke to Senator Warner, it seemed like there was a differing of thoughts there. Can you elaborate on what Senator Warner shared with you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's important to say when I asked him that, what he thought about those comments, that I think, officials here, many of them really just want this investigation to play out, right? Of course, this is a very sensitive issue. You have family members that are waiting for answers. They have family members that are waiting for their loved ones to be recovered. So I think they want to be respectful of that and let the NTSB do their investigation, do their due diligence before any kind of statements like that are made. And I think once that information is out and available, then we can certainly see, what steps will be taken on a federal level. But I think that is a sense that I got from Senator Warner, that just want to wait until all the facts are in front of them.
All right, Marcella Robertson reporting from Reagan National this morning. Just a heartbreak beyond measure at this point.
Yeah, just unimaginable to think that it was so close earlier. It had just gone on flight where that's what we go on. We're picking somebody up. We want to know if that flight's on time. Are they delayed a little bit? And to see the time when this incident came in and at the time that it was supposed to land, just a few minutes after 9 p.m., it just adds to that heartbreak for me as people were there waiting.
Right,
we know
they
that
were right there. The
they
plane
were
was
right there. We know that family was ushered into a room, and just to imagine the emotions in that room of uncertainty, probably a lot of hope. But now just to know that this mission has changed now to a recovery mission, it's just heartbreaking. Right. It's just heartbreaking.
Right. All right, 8:36 is the time right now. We know it's been dangerously cold this month, and the Potomac River was frozen just as recently as last week. Jonathan joins us now to walk us through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. And Jonathan, we know you're not a professional diver, but you do have some experience when it comes to scuba diving.
Yeah, I am certified. I'm actually a what we call a PADI recreationally certified diver, so I'm certified to go down about 40 feet. Of course, I would never dive in anything like these professionals are right now, all those folks that are involved in the recovery efforts. But I do know that compared to some of the diving suits that I would wear for diving, I mean, these folks are fully covered up. Now, also I know that it can get dangerous when you can't see ahead of you, when you have very low visibility. These things, like we have a shipping channel, the Anacostia shipping channel here, some shallow kind of muddy waters, makes things dangerous. You can't really see so much what's ahead of you, and of course it makes it very difficult to expedite the recovery effort. And then on top of that, on top of currents, we're dealing with very, very cold water temperatures. The Potomac River buoy that's nearest to the site here, nearest Reagan National Airport, water temperature now at 36. That becomes hypothermic in about 15 to 30 minutes and even fatal in about an hour or so's time. Buzzard Point not too far away at about 42 degrees in the water there. Now in the air, temperatures aren't much different. It's 38. Take a look down DCA Way. The winds have calmed down, so that's the wonderful news about the at least weather aspect of this. Yesterday, when this collision happened, winds were at about 26 miles an hour. All those skies were clear, visibility unlimited, but now the winds have died down, so that will especially help those folks involved in the recovery effort. Just to give you an example of what these folks are probably wearing as they're going into the water, remember, this is guidance for water less than 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Our water temperatures, they're about 10 to 15 degrees colder. So it is dangerous to be in there for any extended period of time. So we're talking dry suits here, keeps a diver going in totally dry. It's waterproof in the zipper, and also tight seals around the wrists and the neck. This is not like tropical diving gear here. You've got gloves, caps, socks, boots, shoes. So they are fully clothed and dressed here as they are going into the water. But again, still very treacherous conditions in these midwinter frigid, especially after this big cold blast conditions that we've been dealing with as of late.
All righty, Jonathan, thank you so much for that insight. We appreciate it. Right now, though, we want to get over to Lindsay Nance to go over the traffic workarounds that this huge recovery effort is causing.
That's right, Allison. I've been tracking these road closures for you, going on about 5 or 6 hours now, as we are starting to see that traffic impact around Arlington. So a heads up, if you live or work pretty close by to Reagan National Airport, DCA, we do have a lot of adjacent roadways still completely closed down, and I do believe these will remain closed until at least a little bit closer towards 11 a.m. when we are expecting Reagan National Airport to reopen. In the meantime, we have all of those ramps from GW Parkway to Reagan National completely closed, as well as Route 1, that's Richmond Highway, closed at the Airport Access Road. The Airport Access Road itself is, of course, also closed out. And then closer towards those recovery efforts, we have a lot of closures in Southwest. That's going to be Potomac Avenue from 2nd Street all the way to South Capitol Street. And then we have 2nd, 1st, and Half Street completely closed from Q Street to V Street, and then V Street itself also closed down. So really, if I were you, I would avoid this area around Audi Field for as long as you possibly can. If you have to head into downtown DC, we do have South Capitol Street open, as well as P Street a few miles north of where that active closure is in place.
All righty, Lindsay, thank you so much. Please stick with us. We continue to follow this developing breaking situation, this mid-air collision over the Potomac River involving 2 aircraft. It continues after the break.
8:43 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following some major breaking news out at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. Randy Ayala joins us now live from Haines Point with an update on where search efforts stand right now.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So we've had to move. We're now on the opposite side of the Potomac River here from the site of that crash. Still have the icy Potomac, though, behind me here. We're continuing to dissect new information coming to us from officials now. We now know that both aircrafts have been located in the river, the American Airlines plane and that military helicopter. Sadly, no survivors expected from this accident. So it's being moved to a search and recovery effort now, no longer a search and rescue mission. So far, 27 people have been recovered from the plane and one person from that military helicopter. But we know that crews will continue those efforts as the day gets going. We know at one point 300 rescuers were searching the Potomac, and they had some really hard conditions that they were dealing with here. Extremely cold water temps, poor visibility. Now, though, that the sun is up, hoping that'll be some advantage. About 1 hour ago, we heard from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who's only had the job a couple of days, about the recovery efforts currently underway.
We have located the two aircrafts. The fuselage of the American Airlines plane was inverted. It's been located in 3 different sections. It's in about waist deep water, so that recovery is going to go on today. As that recovery takes place of the fuselage of the aircraft, NTSB is going to start to analyze that aircraft, partner with the FAA with all of the information we have to get the best results possible for the American people.
Yeah, so we know that those recovery efforts will continue throughout the day. 2 more people needing to be recovered from that helicopter, dozens more from that plane. So we'll continue to follow what comes out of this. But again, this is the latest from Haines Point. I'll send it back to you.
Randy, thank you very much. As we try to just unpack all the layers that are involved in this just horrible tragedy, we are trying to find voices that can really lend just some real weight to what we're talking about here. People who understand what it's like to be in the cockpit or be around aviation. And we're happy to be joined right now by John Gagliano. He is an aviation attorney and also a pilot, to walk us through what might have happened here. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Good morning. What can you tell us when you saw this come in last night? What went through your head from your vantage point as a pilot and as a pilot?
Yeah, there are sophisticated anti-collision technologies on these aircraft called TCAS. And so the first thought in my head was, why didn't TCAS prevent that? And as you kind of go through it, TCAS does not work close to the ground. There's something called a TCAS inhibit, and because there's a lot of traffic near airports, air traffic and airplane traffic, that function does not work below 1,000 feet.
So would that have been both on that helicopter? Does a military aircraft, does that follow different rules as far as commercial aircraft here? We're told they were in communication with each other, is what we had heard from the Transportation Secretary, but can you speak to that?
Well, they all follow the same rules, and those are federal aviation's regulations, and they also follow the same commands from the same air traffic controllers. And so the military does talk to civilian FAA controllers. There's not a separate military control system in the national airspace of the country.
Okay. And John, when you hear from the American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, say, you know, we don't know why the military aircraft came into the path of the PSA aircraft, what is going through your mind with your expertise and your in-depth knowledge?
Well, the military aircraft is supposed to hug the east bank of the river, and they're supposed to operate at a different altitude and in a different airspace than the arrivals into Reagan. And the airlines, and they're also operating on not a strictly defined path in the sky via instruments, right? They're looking at the bank, they're operating visually in the helicopter, and in the American flight, they're operating on GPS guidance to the runway. So there is a very strict and defined approach criteria into Reagan on where that aircraft needs to be, and if it's not in the right place at the right time, and I'm talking about the American aircraft, then it needs to get out of the way and go around. The military helicopter has a little bit more leeway in where it can operate. Now, everyone is supposed to be visually separated, and the Black Hawk reported that it did see the American flight, but I'm convinced that there's no way that Black Hawk saw the American flight, or they saw something they thought was the American flight, but they didn't actually see it.
And John, you mentioned about the visual. At nighttime flying, when you're flying as a pilot, I want your pilot perspective on this. At nighttime when you're flying, if you see these big lights in the sky, obviously it's something that's in your path. And you said that, if I'm understanding you correctly, they did the visual inspection, but something clearly went wrong here, where they ended up, colliding into each other?
Well, the air traffic controller instructed the Army helicopter about where the American flight was and required him to see it and avoid it. And the military helicopter said that he saw the American flight, but clearly he didn't avoid it. That leads me to believe that he did not see the flight, but he saw something else that he thought was the American flight. The skyline at D.C. is really bright with all different kinds of colors, red and white and blue, as you know, and all other kinds of colors, and it can be confusing depending on where you're looking, what altitude you are. I'm convinced at this point that the Army helicopter, when he said to the FAA controller that he saw the flight, that he didn't actually see this flight.
Before we let you go, John, the path forward, we've heard from the people at the news conference that will be covered by the NTSB. We know the fuselage has been located. In 10 seconds, can you just let us know what happens next?
Yeah. Look, there's sorrow, obviously, there's thanks, and there's inquiry. So there's sorrow for the loss of life and to the families. There's thanks for the first responders, and there's inquiry into the NTSB investigation. Obviously, lawmakers are going to look at this, and there's going to be findings and hopefully solutions.
John Gagliano, aviation attorney and pilot, thank you so much. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We are continuing our coverage this morning, and so we want to get out live right now to Jacqueline Quinn. She has an update for us. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we know that, we've heard that this operation is switching from rescue to recovery, and we're really not seeing really a downscale of the operations out here where we're standing. But they did talk about how they found the 2 aircrafts, that plane in 3 sections out there. But as far as the operations out here, again, numerous agencies still out here. We know that there's a tent closer to the water, and when we were standing out there, I'll step out of the way, where you can see the helicopter. This is where the DC Police Department has their air support. Right now, that helicopter on the ground, but there have been multiple in the air. There's also been numerous boats that have traveled back and forth through this area carrying likely supplies, divers at one point or another, and then there's just medical tents out here, numerous other fire department engines out here still standing by. So a very massive response to talk about out here as they continue to look for those who are still missing. This last update, we have 20 victims that have been recovered, including one of the people on the military Black Hawk. So the concentration for the personnel, they're staging here, and this is about 3 miles away from the crash site, which was near Reagan Airport. But again, people are still looking for those who are missing. So at this point, I'll tell you, there are multiple agencies from local, nearby, federal, state agencies, including the airport, fire department, DC Fire, DC Police, Alexandria Fire, the Park Service, so many others from nearby, about 300 responders at one point. But right now, they're looking for those who are missing because they found the 28 bodies that have been recovered, including one from the Black Hawk helicopter. But it is just quick work right now, especially in these conditions. As you know, it is very cold, frigid, icy, murky, and we have numerous resources out there. U.S. Figure Skating organization has confirmed that they're one of the organizations that know that they have their members that were on board that plane. They didn't identify. There are no names that are released at this point because the work here is still ongoing. So we're going to continue to stay out here and try to learn more details about potentially some of these victims. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn reporting. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
9 o'clock, we are staying on top of breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Right now, a recovery mission continues after an American Airlines plane heading from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed again midair into the Potomac River.
And we do have video of that moment that midair collision happened, but of course we're talking about the life of loss in a very tragic way. So we do want to warn you that the video you might find incredibly difficult to watch. If you choose to, here it is. This is courtesy of EarthCam. You can see the moment here. You see a flight going, the flight that's coming in, that's another plane. You're about to see the collision here between the Black Hawk helicopter and that American Airlines flight. You saw that fireball and then the what's left of the helicopter and the airplane sort of slam right into the Potomac River below, about 300 feet below. This is a live look at the scene right now. More than a dozen agencies are helping out. They've been out there for about 12 hours now. Less than 2 hours ago, we learned that officials do not believe that there are any survivors. This is now a recovery mission. 28 bodies have been pulled from the water so far. 67 total people were involved in this crash midair collision, and that includes 60 passengers and 4 crew members on the American Airlines flight, and then 3 soldiers aboard the military Black Hawk helicopter.
All right, we are continuing our team coverage on the helicopter and plane collision near Reagan National Airport. We want to bring in Jess Arnold now for some more context on about what happened. Good morning, Jess.
Good morning. Yeah, you know, I was listening into that 7:30 presser, so we're getting ready here for the Wichita presser, of course, where we'll hear more over there. We were waiting to hear, of course, for American Airlines CEO Isom, and he was able to talk at the presser a bit about what they've been doing to mobilize their crews. We shared a little bit about his overnight statement, but he shared that they do have on-the-ground teams. They have their GO team. They have specialists in dealing with these families, you know, who are now suffering this unimaginable loss. So he said they have some of those stationed both at DCA as well as stationed in Wichita. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about those teams in Wichita at this presser, which should be starting here any minute. Again, that other one wrapped up about an hour ago. Now, in addition to him, we heard from the Transportation Secretary as well as, you know, the American Airlines CEO talk about the flight paths here. They both said they appeared to be standard flight paths, obviously until that moment when this collision happened. So they're still investigating, of course, what exactly caused that. American Airlines said that their focus is on these families as well as their crew members. They're supporting PSA, which was that subsidiary that is. And now we're going to send it out to Wichita for that press conference.
I want to first thank also the first responders in Washington, D.C., who have worked tirelessly throughout the night. And at this time, we have been told that there are no survivors. We mourn with all those who have been impacted. This is a terrible tragedy that will unite those in Washington, D.C. and Wichita, Kansas forever. As we know, an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people plunged into the Potomac River after colliding in midair with an Army helicopter on Wednesday night. We're hearing recovery teams in Washington, D.C. had pulled more than 24 bodies from the icy waters. We do not know yet final confirmation on all of the individuals who were on that flight. And of course, we will share that information, but not before families have been first contacted. Congressman Ron Estes is here with us this morning, and I would like to invite him to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mayor Wu, and thank you for all of the city council members for holding this press conference to help share this information. This is such a tragic day for our community. So many of us will be touched by people that we know directly or indirectly that were victims of this tragic tragedy that happened. You know, overnight I was in contact with the White House Situation Room, getting updates as they were going through the process. Spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board as well. And at that point in time, their investigation was they were getting prepared for that, but they were waiting for the search and rescue efforts to conclude before they started that investigation. So I know this is going to be a tragedy that touches our community. We have such a steep history of being involved in aviation, and being a close-knit community like we are, it's going to have consequences for years to come. I do want to make a general comment about air safety in general. I mean, we have the safest skies in any country in the world. And when a tragic incident like this happens, obviously we want to do the investigation, which will take days and weeks to go through that process, and to make sure that we can prevent accidents like this from happening in the future. And so I appreciate all of the updates we'll have this morning. I know there will be more coming out, both from here in Wichita as well as in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We also have a representative for Senator Jerry Moran, who will share a statement as well.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Mike Zammerslow with United States Senator Jerry Moran's office. The senator asked me to share the following statement on his behalf. Wichita is located in the heart of our nation, and today we are grieving. I received confirmation this morning that no one survived the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342. This is a sad day for Kansans and our nation as we awaken this morning to this tragic news. My heart grieves for the lives that were lost and their loved ones, who are now learning that their friend or family member was among those who perished. There will be much to learn and to do in the coming days in the wake of this tragedy. But today, please join me in praying for Kansas. May God comfort those who are mourning. Mayor, thank you.
I would like to now ask our Airports Director, Jesse Romo, to provide some updates. And again, a lot of the details are still waiting for confirmation. And so we ask that Jesse give us the latest that we have confirmed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Jesse Romo, Director of Airports, Wichita Airport Authority. I don't have a lot of official information to share. We will get that directly from NTSB. American Airlines will be providing the official updates and information. They do have a newsroom that you can go to online. The website is aa.com/newsroom. There is also an 800 number to utilize for the friends and family members of the people aboard the flight, 1-800-679-8215. I will say that airport staff did activate our family incident support team last night. And so if family members did show up to the terminal to have additional information, even for support, we were there with them, with our team of volunteers, along with other airline staff and representatives. The airport remains open. There is air traffic continuing. Right now, we do have fog, so I would ask everybody to please drive safe as you're headed to the airport or are traveling today, and keep up with your airline for additional information. And right now, that's all I have. Thank you.
I would like to say that Director Jesse Romo, City Manager Bob Layton, and several council members were at the airport last night as the care team got activated. I also learned from American Airlines this morning that additional care team members have come to Wichita and will be providing support for families as well as crew members. I am in direct contact with American Airlines to find out the confirmed information to provide to all of you. But I want to reiterate that any information should go to their hotline, especially for families. And that number that Jesse said already but I will remind everyone to use again, is 1-800-679-8215. In addition, this afternoon at high noon, the Wichita City Council, in contact with the Greater Wichita Ministerial League and multiple faith leaders in Wichita, will be coming together for a community-wide prayer. And we ask that anyone who would like to join us to come to City Hall here in downtown Wichita for that community prayer. All are welcome. At this time, our community needs to come together to support the family members who have been impacted, to come together in honor of those individuals on that flight. And as a council, we will lead in bringing this community together to pray for our community, but also move our community to know that there are resources. And as a city, we will have additional resources, especially for staff who have been impacted. And I am again grieving with everyone in our community and those in Washington, D.C. due to this very tragic incident that happened. We will take a few questions at this time.
Passengers are Wichita residents versus traveling back home to D.C. or somewhere else?
At this time, we don't have that information, and I know that we don't have the manifest at this moment.
Family or friends of members or people on the plane?
The care team was activated last night, and one family was there. And I want to say thank you to our local media partners who were respectful here in Wichita. That says a lot about our community. The care team was there to provide comfort for that family, and the council members were also there to provide comfort for them. But at this time, that is all we have in regards to family members.
Do you know how many families did show up last night?
Only one.
Was everything normal at the beginning of this flight taking off from Wichita?
Say that again.
Was the flight normal taking off?
I will have Jesse.
Yes, to our knowledge, everything occurred as normal, so there was no abnormality to the operation.
Will this flight continue as normal tonight, or is this flight on hold? Any changes at all?
I know Reagan National was shut down for a while. They have plans to reopen the airport, and I haven't heard yet when exactly they're going to open it. And I haven't heard specifically for this flight, but if we do have additional information, that will come from American as well. And so if folks are looking to fly on that route, just need to continue to check with American Airlines.
Jesse, how many seats were on the plane on the 700? Was that 75, or do you know what it was configured to?
Yeah, well, good word. The configuration depends, for each aircraft, but it is approximately about 75 seats normally, and I would have to get specifics on that aircraft, but I do have that at this time.
Has there been any contact with Bombardier, especially with this being their plane?
No.
Do you know where they are in the process of contacting all the families?
We do not, and most of this incident occurred at DC and is being managed by the local partners and federal agencies that are responding in the DC area. But as was asked earlier, the manifest will be managed by American Airlines, and that information will be disseminated through their official sources as well as NTSB.
I know you said the flight was operating just fine. Was it delayed or was it running late at any point during takeoff?
I don't believe so. I don't have that information, but I can look into that.
Can you tell us anything about figure skaters, obviously, that were on the flight? You just hosted the U.S. National Championships, so on social media, a lot of figure skaters coming out, just hoping for the best. Anything?
I understand that some of that information is out there on social media or through other media outlets, but it's not information that we can share at this time.
Mayor, can you talk about, we've heard from a few folks about how big this last weekend was with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship being held here in Wichita, and all of these young Olympic hopefuls, which would have grazed our living room in the future. Can you talk about just how big of an event this past weekend was and what it meant for the city to have these young skaters here in town?
It was truly an honor to have future Olympians and those who are at the highest competition level of figure skating right here in the Air Capital. We were so excited to have the opportunity to host the national championship. And even yesterday, I had folks tell me how wonderful these last few days have been with additional individuals that came into our community, whether to watch or to participate. So our community was really excited and thankful that everything went well with the championship. And so right now, we're just waiting for more information from U.S. Figure Skating that we can release. But right now, we're just hoping and praying again.
How do family and friends of folks on the plane get in touch with you all? I know there's a phone number for American, but if they want to connect with the local care team and they don't want to go to the airport, how do they do that?
They can reach out to the airport administration building.
Their phone number or anything?
I'm going to look that up because all of a sudden sleep deprivation kicked in and my mind went blank on the phone number, but let me respond back to you in just a second.
Should affected families be coming to the airport, or are you urging them to stay at home? What should they do?
Everyone responds to a tragic incident a little differently, and so if they do feel that they would be more comfortable in the terminal or coming out there to the airport, we're ready to help support them in any way we can. But there isn't any more information that we can share that they're already being shared with directly by the airline, and so they may want to stay at home as well.
Jesse, would you mind repeating this into the microphone? But that number that families can call is 316-946-4700.
4700 is the airport administration building.
Have city and Kansas state leaders been in contact with the U.S. Army about the helicopter? Can you speak about that a little bit?
Not about the helicopter. I have been in contact with several of our federal legislators who, again, are sending their condolences, but this was very early. That was yesterday or last night. In regards to any additional investigation, I don't have any.
Last evening, Senator Moran was in contact with the U.S. Department of Defense officials regarding your question, but also NTSB leadership, the CEO of American Airlines, and U.S. Department of Transportation leadership as well.
How closely will you all, Representative Extus and Senator Moran, work with the NTSB and the FAA to kind of stay abreast of getting to the bottom of what happened?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of information to gather around this process in terms of the flight plans and the incidents, what's happened, as well as what they discover through the recovery efforts. It's going to take some time, I know, for NTSB and the investigation team to go through that process, and so there'll be probably some slow release of information as they discover it and work through that. And I know that's frustrating for all of us to actually wait and not have the answers at our fingertips. Obviously, we're reaching out from our office, and both of the senators were in D.C. at the press conference last night, working through that as well. As I mentioned, I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, and so she's got a team there at DCA and working together that information. So we'll keep in constant contact as we try to go through that.
Congressman, I assume you've been on this flight several times in the last year. Does it give you pause in terms of the amount of traffic? I know there's a lot of talk this morning about the amount of air traffic around Reagan National. Does this give you pause about that situation and how that's managed right now?
No, this particular flight's been in process for over a year, in use for over a year now. Obviously, it's important for us as a community to have connections, have a direct flight, particularly one of the most commonly routes that's traveled to in Washington, D.C. Obviously, with the Reagan Airport situated there on a river right across from Washington, D.C., there are some twists and turns that pilots and planes have to make as they're coming in and out of that airport. So it does require skill of the pilot to work through that. I don't have any hesitation. I know the major runway there at Washington Reagan is I think it's the busiest in the country for any one runway. The flight last night was on the secondary runway through that process, which is a little bit shorter, which is more appropriate for a plane the size of the CRJ that was flying in there. So it's there's always going to be that process as they're whether they're coming from the south as it was last night or on the approach from the north. But I wouldn't hesitate to continue to fly in and out of Washington Reagan Airport, and including on this particular flight and with this particular plane.
When can we expect more information on how many people on the flight were from Wichita? How many were figure skaters?
And that's one of the frustrating things, I think, as we try to gather all this information. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about how families are going to grieve and find out, in some cases, find out the information. I know a lot of us in the community, myself and others, have been reached out by lots of friends around finding out whether we were on the plane or whether we knew of people that were on the plane through that process. I do know there's a time where we need to make sure that the families get the opportunity to be notified and the next of kin being allowed to know and being able to go through that process before we make that information public. So even though I'd like to be able to know that and know some of those answers to some of those questions, like how many people were from Wichita, how many people were from the Washington, D.C. area, it just unfortunately takes a little bit of time to gather all of that and make sure that the process is followed.
And who's in charge of notifying families?
As far as the notification, this morning, the Secretary of Transportation Duffy in the press conference in Washington, D.C. said that a lot of that notification is going to transition to NTSB and FAA, as well as working with American Airlines and going through that process.
Congressman, you talked about how air travel is so safe. What would you say to people who have a little pause, of taking flights right now anywhere?
I think when you look at overall track record in terms of how safe within the United States air traffic is, I think it's been 16 plus years since there's been a commercial airplane incident in the country, and you obviously look at the number of miles, the number of passengers flown versus other modes of transportation. I still feel confident that we have strong safety measures in our air traffic system, and obviously we want to make sure that if there are any areas that need to be improved, we work on those, and if there's something to be learned out of this lesson in terms of something that happened in this particular instance, that we'll take that lesson and move forward. Thank you.
The Federal Transportation Secretary called the incident absolutely preventable. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, say what?
The Federal Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, called the incident preventable this morning. Do you agree with that assessment?
I believe he has some more information than I do in terms of some of those details. Obviously, when we look at what we've been able to see so far, we've kind of conceded some of the flight path of the Flight 5342, as well as the flight path of the helicopter. What I haven't heard yet is all of the traffic between the air traffic control system and both the helicopter as well as the airplane. He may have access to some information that I don't have. Obviously, we want to make sure that there aren't incidents like this ever in the country. So we want to make sure that we put in procedures that work to make sure that we do prevent them.
Thank you again, Congressman. On behalf of the Wichita City Council again, It was just a year ago that we started this flight. I was actually there alongside Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnson. It was January 8th, 2024. The first flight included Congressman Estes and Senator Moran, who took that first flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C. We were very honored to have gotten that flight and continue to advocate for those nonstop flights out of our community. So again, this is a true tragedy, and one that this council and myself want all of our community members to know that our hearts are heavy. They're also grieving, and we will provide the support that we can to those who have been affected. I want to say thank you, though, to several people who showed up last night and prayed over this council and those who are grieving. Pastor Bob Beckler, Pastor Ben Staley, and Rabbi Greenberg, who also showed up last night. I also want to thank the care team that is continuing to be at the airport there for families affected, as well as crew members affected and staff members affected. And I want to say thank you to City Manager Layton and his staff for gathering us all this morning and allowing us to also have a community-wide prayer in the council chambers here at City Hall at noon. Again, we will continue to keep the community updated as we have confirmed information. And we invite all of you to come to the community-wide prayer, and we welcome anyone to join us. Tragedies like this remind us that we are one community, whether a Wichitan, a Kansan, or an American. We are one community. And in times of struggle, we do come together in grief and sadness to lift one another. Wichita is stronger because we are together. Once again, we offer our deepest condolences to all the individuals whose lives were lost and to the families who are grieving. Thank you.
Yeah, so we got to hear there from Wichita Mayor Lily Wu, of course, starting out just expressing their devastation and expressing their condolences. And she even got choked up at the start of this, just thinking about this unimaginable tragedy. So I want you to hear from her again.
We mourn with all those who have been impacted. This is a terrible tragedy that will unite those in Washington, D.C., and Wichita, Kansas forever.
Absolutely, it will. Both communities are thinking of the other this morning. We're still working to get more information on how many of those passengers might have been from Wichita, how many from this area. There are care teams set up at both airports, both by the airports as well as American Airlines, who is the lead on this. The Wichita mayor did say direct any questions to that American Airlines helpline, which I want to read for you one more time, 1-800-679-8215. Of course, it's the early stages of this investigation. They don't want to release anything before the families are notified, so we'll have to update you throughout the day, guys.
All right. Jess, thank you.
Jess, thanks. Okay, we want to turn our attention now to our next phone interview here. We've got Dr. Alan Deal, a former NTSB investigator, joining us right now. Dr. Deal, can you hear us? It's Annie, Allison, and Wisdom.
Yes.
Okay,
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thanks
Thank you
for
so
having
much. Yes, we're really leaning into your expertise here as we continue to learn more about this mid-air collision. Walk us through sort of that standard procedure from the NTSB investigative perspective when a mid-air collision occurs.
Well, obviously, the safety board's going to have a team there right as we speak. I'm sure they're there. And they're deferring to the rescue and recovery people at this point in time. But I'm sure they're already also looking at the air traffic control Black Hawk has good forward visibility, but there are structures that block your view of the outside, and that'll be critical because I noticed in the videos there was a third airplane that was in the area, and reportedly they were told to pass behind the American jet, and if they mistook the third airplane for the American jet, it may go a long way to explaining this, but that's what the NTSB will do. They're very meticulous. They'll start looking at the data I mentioned and expand it from there. They'll look at the procedures of the controllers and the pilots, as well as the airspace. It's very restricted. I've flown in and out of that airport, as a matter of fact, as a pilot, and you really have to be on your game to get in and out of there because there's so much traffic and so little extra airspace. You've got all kinds of restricted areas, and the controllers are very busy.
Clearly, so many layers, and we're only in this infancy stage. You mentioned meticulous investigation. So, I think we heard from earlier today the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy weighing in and saying that early indication, they have a sense of what could have happened here. But how long do these types of investigations generally take?
Well, by international law, the NTSB has to release an initial report in 30 days. But to be honest, it'll probably go on for weeks and months beyond that. Typically, it's a year or two before the final so-called board report comes out. But we'll know a lot more in the ensuing days and weeks. And like I said, in 30 days, the NTSB will issue a report. And of course, you understand this is a no-fault investigation. The NTSB is different than, say, the FAA, which is going to be looking for blame, if you will. I've worked for the FAA also. So there'll be this is strictly to find out what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent reoccurrences. So hopefully we'll know something within a matter of a few weeks.
You mentioned the air traffic control recordings. What might we learn from them? Well,
clearly, we've got to find out what the controllers on duty at Reagan Airport told the two pilots to do. It appears from the video that the helicopter coming down from the north merged with the American jet. But again, we don't know what the helicopter pilots acknowledged or what they said back to the controllers. And again, I'm an aviation psychologist. Voice inflections will be critical also because there may be an indication that the Army pilots didn't understand what they were being told to do. I'm only speculating. I'm not suggesting that's the case, but that's why the NTSB will be so meticulous about this inquiry as the days and weeks unfold.
Now, Dr. Deal, from your perspective, and we'll let you go here pretty soon, though. From your perspective on this, if you're flying at night, and I know you said that there's another plane, and we know about all that, but at night with those bright lights and those big planes, is there any scenario where you would not see that other plane and create this? And again, I know you're not investigating this, but you've flown before, and you said you've flown in and out of this airport.
As a matter of fact, I also investigated the 1982 Air Florida crash at this airport. But you're right. You're absolutely right. The light, you got to remember at night, of course, the airplanes all have lights, but they're often obscured by the background lights, the city lights. So trying to pick out a particular airplane that you're supposed to cross behind, if that was in fact what is on the tapes, is very critical. And a lot of times it's difficult, especially at night, to see other aircraft when they're masked by the background lights of the city. You're correct. That's a big problem for pilots.
Dr. Deal, you briefly mentioned that you were here for the 1982 plane crash. That's, 40 years ago here in D.C., eerily similar to what we are seeing play out, sadly, now, today. in that case, Air Florida Flight 90 plunging into the icy water below. Again, in that situation, it was a passenger jet colliding with a Army Black Hawk helicopter, or excuse me, a similar situation. But if you could take us back to that and provide some perspective from your experience.
Well, in many ways, it was vastly different. It was daytime. It was a takeoff accident. It involved some miscommunication on the cockpit of the Air Florida jet. The co-pilot realized that something was wrong. They had ice on the wings. They weren't going to be able to fly, and they didn't push their engines up to full power to avoid the bridge. So that was quite a bit different than what happened last night. Interestingly, in 1949, there was a very similar accident to last night, and that involved an Eastern DC-4. These are all 49. They were all piston-powered aircraft, and a Bolivian World War II fighter plane called a P-38, and they literally collided over the Potomac, not too far, as I understand it, from where this accident last night occurred. So that 1949 accident is much more similar, in my opinion. Now, I don't know I obviously didn't investigate the 1949 accident, but both aircraft, I understand, ended up in the Potomac, and I believe it was close to 50 people died aboard the Eastern airliner. The Bolivian pilot managed to survive.
Dr. Deal, you also have investigated Black Hawk crashes, the very type of military helicopter that was involved in this mid-air collision. What can you tell us about maybe the maneuvering capability, what might have gone wrong? We, again, understand that you are not involved in this investigation, but just from your expertise, as we're looking at a Black Hawk right now.
Well, one of the big issues, and the NTSB will do this, they call it, they'll do an optometric examination of what each pilot in the Black Hawk could see from his or her crew position. So they know what the view, the eye reference point is on the Black Hawk co-pilot and pilot seat. And you have vertical structures like the door frame, and there's a window partition that runs down the middle of the helicopter. I'm saying if, I don't know this is what the NTSB will have to determine. If the American jet was hidden by some of that structure for either one or both pilots, that will go a long way to explaining why they didn't react. And of course, I know Senator Duckworth flew the Black Hawk. She says it has great forward visibility. I agree with her, but there are structures that could have obscured the American jet, and particularly if you have a third airplane out there and you see that aircraft and you think you're looking at the American jet, you know you're going to be behind that other jet, so you might not be as alert continuing to look out. Now, I'm sure they were looking out, but you got to remember there's probably one of those pilots that's handling the radio, Black Hawk pilots that's handling the radios and also the maps, because they're in restricted airspace. And the reality is they know if they violate a restricted airspace or an air traffic controller instruction, they could be in disciplinary situations. They could, as a matter of fact, they could even lose their future civilian licenses if they get a violation. So these Army pilots, I'm sure they were trying to be very conscientious, but at night, under certain circumstances, I've seen it so many times over my 40 years of investigating plane crashes that they're victims too. They fall victim. They're only human, and it takes a number of seconds to react. So even if you did see the airliner at the last second, it would typically take 3 or 4 seconds for them to react, and then of course the helicopters got to react to the control input from the pilot. So
we do know that this was a training flight. Does that factor in any way here with the Black Hawk helicopter?
Well, it's probably the only thing that means is at least one of the Black Hawk pilots was probably an instructor, i.e. highly experienced. Right. So we don't know what type of training flight it was. We know they were out of Fort Belvoir, yes. But not really, except for the fact that you have to have, normally you have an instructor aboard if it's a training flight. So that'll be examined. And of course, you know, the Army Safety Center is located in Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, and they'll be sending reps. The NTSB will have people, not only the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the American Airlines Pilot Union, they'll have the Army Safety Center, the FAA headquarters people will be there. So this is a team effort that the NTSB puts together. They call it the party system. But everybody that has an interest in this accident is allowed to participate in the initial so-called field phase of the investigation to find facts. So they can find out what happened, why it happened, and then the NTSB will make recommendations to prevent reoccurrence.
Now, Dr. Deal, from an investigator standpoint, we've heard some of the other leaders talk about the fuselage, the flight pattern, the black box, and the communications. All will let them know what exactly happened and where the fault was. Give us some perspective as an investigator how that actually works when you take all this and you can actually put it all together somehow and say, okay, this is where this went wrong.
Well, as I said, they're going to put together a group of people from each of those parties, the Army, the Pilots Union, the Controllers Union, and they try to make sure they've got all the facts, all right? And sometimes there's difference. Then eventually you have to do the analysis, and that's done by NTSB civil servants behind closed doors, because sometimes you'll get contradictory testimonies. That's understandable. Nobody wants to be quote-unquote blamed. And by the way, I will repeat, the NTSB does not assign blame. They only find facts and interpret them. So that's the process. And again, like we said earlier, this goes on for typically weeks and months as more and more data comes in. But we're lucky in this case because there seems to be, first of all, videotape of the actual collision. We know there's radar tapes. Unfortunately, we don't have a voice recorder aboard the black box, aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. At least in my investigations, I've never known a Black Hawk to have a voice recorder. So we may not know what the two Black Hawk pilots were saying to each other. But one thing to keep in mind that these guys are victims too. Obviously, the passengers and the crew members on both airplanes are victims. But whether or not we end up focusing on something the controller said or didn't say, or the pilots, everybody is trying to do their job, and this is a remarkably safe system. In my books, one of them is called Air Safety Investigators. I explain that the chances of being killed in an airliner accident is something like 1 in 10 million. It's just incredibly safe, and as others have pointed out, the last major crash of a U.S. airliner was in Buffalo in 2009 when there was a problem with they stalled the aircraft and it crashed into a neighborhood. But you keep in mind the cliche about driving to the airport is the most dangerous part of your journey.
And one more thing, the alert system is for the commercial airlines, and the military, they don't have that because they're on a different mission. That was my understanding from someone that we spoke with earlier. Is that what you found in your career as a pilot and investigator as well?
That's correct. The American aircraft had what's called a traffic collision alert system, but at low altitudes, because there's so much traffic around an airport, that warning system is suppressed. You don't want this thing. It talks to you as well as gives you visual indications of what to do, but it's designed to handle en route flight or distance from the airport collision problems. It's not designed once you're on final approach. It is pretty useless, frankly. You're listening to the controllers. You're looking out at the runway, and remember, they initially thought they were going to be landing on runway 1, I understand, 01, and they were switched to this runway 33. So the airline pilots were also busy reprogramming their landing computers and looking out to make sure they were properly aligned with this new runway that they've been cleared to land on. So all these things are factors that the NTSB will have to look at and try to ascertain, how important it was to the tragedy that occurred, so we can prevent the next one.
Dr. Deal, some of the busiest airspace in the country surrounds Reagan National, and we've been talking about this this morning. Wisdom, in fact, you brought it up about DCA being home to one of the busiest runways in the country, and we have lawmakers who have brought up this issue about the crowded airspace, the capacity of this airport. You've got the hundreds of flights in and out daily. Couple that with the helicopter traffic flying from, of course, you've got the Pentagon, Joint Base Andrews, and Fort Belvoir, and so on. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you've encapsulated it very well. You've got a lot of traffic and everything because of the restricted areas over the Washington Mall and obviously the Pentagon and the White House. Now, you do fly over the Pentagon. I've made a number of approaches to that airport, 500 feet across the Pentagon, because you have to get low on those intersecting runways. You've got to get low and slow and put the airplane right on the end of the runway. So that's another thing that that American Airlines pilots were having to think about. We've got to, you don't have a lot of long runway. They're landing on a short runway. They're cleared to land, so they're focusing outward. It's not likely that they're looking around for the Black Hawk helicopter. Again, I'm speculating, just knowing the airspace, but you have to be so careful about these control zones. And if you do violate them, there are consequences. So you've got the busyness, the radio chatter, and also all of these restricted areas, particularly to the north of the airport, that you have to be cognizant of.
That is Dr. Alan Deal. We sincerely appreciate your vast knowledge and expertise in all of this as a former NTSB investigator who very expertise in all of this as a former NTSB investigator who very specifically to our area also was involved in the 1982 investigation into that doomed Air Florida Flight 90 crash. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today as we try to make sense of what seems like just a tragedy beyond measure. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Deal.
We'll be right back.
Taxes was waiting. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who can do your taxes in a day so you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Oh no! Our water line broke. It could cost a fortune to get a contractor to come fix it, and it's not covered by homeowners insurance.
That's why you should have HomeServe.
It's Tom Rosen, CEO of HomeServe.
When your water line breaks, HomeServe sends a qualified contractor to fix it and pays for the covered repairs.
With HomeServe, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Hey, Blake Anderson here to tell you about this, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. Stick around because I'm going to tell you about this amazing free offer just for our TV audience. Or, if you really can't wait, just scan the code on the screen now to check it out. But let me just tell you how great it is to have the Flash Force. It's literally like no flashlight I've ever had. The white high beam LED is bright, super bright. You can see it from 2,000 meters away. Its built-in lithium battery charges up with USB-C, and it even has a level meter on the side to see how much juice I have left. I can even use it as a power bank to charge my phone. The telescopic zoom is so unique and cool, it gives you a range of lighting options to light up an entire area or spotlight on something specific. But here's the best part. Scan the code on the screen right now, and if you buy a Flash Force Tactical Flashlight, you get a second one absolutely free. It's only available for a limited time, so scan the code on your screen right now to get your Flash Force Tactical Flashlight today.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
This Valentine's Day, show your love with a personal gift that lasts.
Oh my gosh, guys, guess what just arrived at my doorstep?
Introducing the Insta-Cozy Valentine's Photo Blanket.
I sent this super cute photo so they can make me a custom blanket, and we're gonna open it up together.
Scan the code on your screen now and upload any photo to get started.
Okay, let's see.
Your custom blanket is printed in the USA and ships the next day.
I also love how massive it is. No more freezing toes sticking out of the bottom.
Choose from one of 4 exclusive design options on a plush fleece blanket and pick from 3 blanket sizes starting at just $39.99. Plus, it ships absolutely free. This is only available for a limited time.
Capture your special moments and then turn them into warm, cuddly keepsakes that you'll cherish forever.
Give the gift of personal memories this Valentine's Day with the Insta-Cozy Valentine's Photo Blanket.
Order yours today.
Cleaning is a stressful chore. You can scrub by hand all day. There has to be a better way. Now there is with the Spinny Scrub, the revolutionary handheld spinning scrub brush that makes cleaning a snap. Make pots and pans shine. Deep clean your grout and tile. Even filthy shoes look like new. The Spinny Scrub is easy to recharge and store away. And with detachable cleaning heads, you can relax and let the Spinny Scrub do all the work. Scan the code on your screen and order your Spinny Scrub today.
When we issue a weather impact alert, all wheels are in motion, not just the meteorologists, the reporters and photographers are involved. You're involved by sending us pictures and videos.
We are all hands on deck to make sure that we're giving you the most accurate information to help you stay safe.
As we continue our coverage into this tragedy, let's send things out once again to Jacqueline Quinn. Jackie is live at the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter pier in Southeast D.C. You have recently been able to confirm some details about actually your location.
Yes, you know that they're bringing the bodies here along with the debris. I heard DC police refer to this as sort of a makeshift morgue at this point right now, but we know that this is still a large-scale operation to find those who are still missing. The latest number we have is 28 people have been recovered from the waters. That means there's still a lot more that they still need to find at this point. Also, the aircraft. They have been able to locate the 2 aircraft, but the plane is in sections, 3 sections, so really they have to conduct the search all over a great area. And I can tell you just from being out here once again that we do know that they're bringing the bodies here along with some of the debris. And that number again, 28 victims so far, including one of the people who was on that Black Hawk military helicopter. So this is about 3 miles, though, away from the actual crash site, which is near Reagan Airport. But this is where the staging happens, where personnel equipment is moving out over to the area where they're searching. And also point out right now just the areas out here, you know, by the helicopter that's parked at the moment, that we've seen that move up and down. We've seen multiple other aircraft or helicopters, I should say, but the boats likely bringing in divers, supplies to locate and navigate the water, which we know is very icy in some places right now. And we also know that multiple other agencies are out here. Now, no names have been released or yet confirmed, but we do know from a major organization, the U.S. Figure Skating Organization, they've confirmed they had athletes, coaches, and family members who were returning from a U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita, Kansas. The Kremlin in Russia has also confirmed 2 of their champion skaters were on board. So the recovery efforts will continue out here this morning, but we know the airport's going to be opening up at 11 a.m. So that's going to be in conjunction with all the efforts that are going on out here right now. That's the latest. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn, thank you very much for that update. We appreciate it. We want to check in right now with Marcella Robertson, who is inside Reagan National Airport. Well, no, we don't want to check in with Marcella Robertson. All right, so what we're doing right now is we're going to, go back over, give you a recap of what happened. So sometime around 8:45 last night, American Airlines Flight from Wichita to DCA, number 5342, which was an American Eagle subsidiary, had a mid-air collision with a military helicopter 4 crew members and 60 passengers on board. They're still trying to, they've switched from recovery mode to from rescue mode to recovery mode at this point, and we still don't know what happened. We still don't know exactly what happened. They will figure that out within the next coming days, weeks, months, or longer.
And what we saw was a strong, united front from members of Congress, from local leaders. Muriel Bowser taking the lead here. Also, 300 emergency personnel coming to try to search into those icy waters there of the Potomac to find people, to reunite them at first with their loved ones waiting for them. But unfortunately, it ended this way.
Yeah, unimaginable tragedy here in the nation's capital on this Thursday. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone impacted by this. Thanks for joining us.
Oh no! Our water line broke. It could cost a fortune to get a contractor to come fix it, and it's not covered by homeowners insurance.
That's why you should have HomeServe.
It's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
When your water line breaks, HomeServe sends a qualified contractor to fix it and pays for the covered repairs.
With HomeServe, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
We call ourselves Weather Impact because weather impacts us every day and everyone.
What I think makes Weather Impact different is that it really focuses on you. It focuses on how it's going to impact your day.
We'll start with the when. That's the timing of the rain or the snow.
And then we talk about the impact. What does this weather mean for my plans?
And then there's the need. What do I need to do?
Be ready for weather that impacts by downloading the WUSA 9 app now.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen.
Okay. 9 o'clock, we are staying on top of breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Right now, a recovery mission continues after an American Airlines plane heading from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed again midair into the Potomac River.
And we do have video of that moment that midair collision happened. But of course, we're talking about the life of loss in a very tragic way. So we do want to warn you that the video you might find incredibly difficult to watch. If you choose to, here it is. This is courtesy of EarthCam. You can see the moment here. You see a flight going